Greens family, this is Bomani Tyehimba, and family, I'm here with my good brother Kala Genesis. And family, we are live. Tonight's topic is African Nationalist. Kala Genesis analyze the difference. Tonight's topic is African Nationalist. Right.
Yeah, play back.
Let me play this back. So family, tonight's topic is African Nationalist. Kala Genesis analyze the difference between Black American nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and also what Kala wants you to do is to get the BAIO Global Pipeline App, and we're gonna go all into that. Brother, how you feeling today?
Bro, I'm feeling good, brother. Always willing to teach the people. Like I said, I don't get paid for this. I've invested more money in this movement than it ever going to pay me back. All I want is people to listen. You know, I pay for everything. I run the website, everything like that. I never asked for one dime a contribution over the years. Okay? Never asked for one dime. So that tells you who's dedicated and who's real. You know, I never made a dime off the movement. I don't intend to make any money off the movement. I'm here to put out what I know was the truth after years and decades of study. Okay, and research. Okay, you gonna go into the trips?
Absolutely. I'm just showing people what we're working with. I always love to do that, family. That way, no one assumes that we're just people that's here on YouTube talking and things like that. We're here to share an incredible program and get into some real dialogue, and also we're here to share about what we're doing as far as in the connection to Africa. So right now I have my Tanzania jersey on, and family, I'm getting ready for a third journey of a lifetime to Tanzania. We started in November 20th, November 2021 last year. Now we're going back for the third time, November 2022. And also we have a fourth journey for November 2023 next year. So that's Tanzania, family. That's Arusha, Zanzibar Island, Dar es Salaam. There's a little bit of everything from tropical beach to mountains to nature life to museums to this enjoying paradise. Domestic flights to ferryboat flight to ferryboat ride from Zanzibar Island to Dar es Salaam to this connecting with some of our people who have made the move and living in Tanzania, to also just connecting you with updated information as far as just living and doing business. So that's it, family. It's set for November this year and November next year. So once you're on our website, family, just look for the link on the main menu for Tanzania November 2022. If you're ready and you still can join us, or if you need more time, then you can join us the following year. So that's the main journey right there, family, as we represent with this beautiful Tanzania soccer jersey. And I want to share one or two more things. And let me show you the full actual flyer that I have set up. And that is that long, beautiful schedule. So, Kala, that is the schedule right there. Now, we have your favorite country right there in the middle. And at the end, we have Liberia for July 2023. And then we have Rwanda for March 2024. You know, and those are some of the countries that you're spoken positive about as far as Africa. And let me know if you have anything you'd like to share about Liberia or Rwanda, since those are the two countries that are different on the schedules. Let me get you, make sure you're unmuted.
Okay. I want to say that the first thing I want to talk about is Rwanda. Rwanda was the BAO as a group, you know, went to Rwanda in 2019, November 2019, and that was our first African tour as an organization. It went over well and everything like that. We were really impressed by the spirit of African nationalism, which comes before Pan-Africanism. Okay, you have to realize, you have to identify as a Black African before you could basically become a Pan-Africanism. You know, and what we're going to talk about tonight is the idea of nation. Right? Nation is not tribe. It's not your religion. His nation is people. People with common culture, common customs, common history, and everything. Black America, the African American community, is a nation. Okay, a nation. I believe that 400 years created a unique identity. I believe that we are an African nation inside of America, a nation within a nation inside of America. Okay, and so therefore our future is tied to people who look like us and share our bloodline and lineage. We're going through the same thing. It doesn't matter where you're at. Black people all over the world are catching hell. We're the only race of people that's basically dominated by other races of people. We have no say so over the decisions that come along in our life in America. And Black America, the African American community, are at the point of wanting power. That's what this is all about. We watch how we have famous people in America who are making power moves, you know, people we don't necessarily rock with. Byron Allen just did a thing where he got HBCUs on CBS and primetime, HBCU college, everything. That's part of thing. Black people in America winning. You do not have to be a Pan-Africanist to be part of this Black African nation thing. You just have to be a Black African descent, you know, in America, and you're doing things positive for the people, you know, whether it's in Africa or it's right here in America, you know. So this idea that, okay, you know, well, we're talking about, giving up everything in America, fuck America and everything like that. No, our people built a lot here in America, and we're here to reclaim that. And so, like I said, I'm going to explain tonight how the people who call themselves FBA spent the last 30 years tearing down Black institutions, tearing down Black themes, tearing down Black families, tearing down Black culture, tearing down everything that you claim to be your identity. They've been tearing it down. And now when people start embracing African nationalism and Pan-Africanism, suddenly everybody wants to cling to this FBA title. But we watched how we let our culture disintegrate. We watched how we let Ebony Magazine go. We got every excuse why we let Ebony Magazine go. We watched how Essence Magazine was taken over, and now the tetherers, as you call them, control Essence Magazine. We watched how people, Essence Magazine now have white male gaze on its editorial and fashion board. We watched how all these institutions, we watched Emerge Magazine, which once a pro-Black magazine, disappear. We didn't support it. Okay, everything that Black America claims, like you go to the Jewish community, they still got the same magazines, they got the same institutions. Look at the Mexicans, they got Telemundo TV. You know, they got all these things in Latin language that identify around the culture. Black America did not think any of these things that identify them as Black was important. So therefore, I say that this idea of we're just American, Black America, is a farce. It's a lie. Now, when we talk about African nationalism, right, that's basically what we're talking about. We're not talking about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is a belief that Black people are one people, and we're just going to sing Kumbaya together and everything. That's what people interpret it. I never said that. You know, if you look at the BAIO, what we're about, it's never one time did we ever say that the Black people in America and Africans to just forget their differences and sing Kumbaya. We never said that. But what we did say is that the Black people in America should be able to build themselves communities in Africa, which they control from top to bottom, and add value to the African continent. So in other words, we're not telling anybody just to get up and go to Africa. But we are saying, like, if you look at Blacks Without Borders, we had the best of the best went there and were very, very successful. This is what we want to basically talk about. This is our website. This is the About Us. If you want to know what the Kala Genesis stands for, what we're about, this is right here. Not what you hear about me on YouTube and all this kind of stuff. This is what I think, and I stand on my own square. I don't agree. I have a lot of people in the Pan-African sphere, which popular in the Pan-African sphere. I don't agree with everything they say. Okay, this is what I stand on. And the reason why I'm working with Brother Bomani nowadays is because I see the values that I stood for in the Pan-African spaces is no longer here to. You know, I said that Black America is something to be proud of. You know, African American community is a people that's something should be something to be proud of, right? We spent a lot of money and time building in Africa, right? I remember when I was a kid, a little kid, the Biafra War was happening, right? My parents were sending money to Nigeria, feed the hunger. We was always sending money to Africa and stuff like that. We've always, churches that I belong to, were always sending things to the continent and everything, sponsoring children, everything. College and HBCUs have always brought in African students and everything like that. And the reason why it seems like it's one-sided is because we are the people of the first world. So of course it's going to be one-sided. I did not expect, we did all these things for Africa, not expecting anything in return. It was just love. Why? Because it was our duty to do so. We have the African America Institute. You know, Professor Davis will tell you about that. You know, Black people and clergymen and everything have always was there when in a time of need. The anti-apartheid movement. Okay, why? Because we see ourselves as part of the global African family. That does not mean we're giving up our identity and who we are. Over the last decade, there has been a lot of people from the African continent who've come to this country. And like Brother Bomani was saying on the show, like I said, we had a brilliant show the first 3 hours Saturday night. You know, it was brilliant. We laid it down that the people come here do not respect people that paved it for them. Now, I'm not saying that the people have to worship us or anything like that, but just like a lot of people who come to America, they don't respect the founding. They don't respect anything. So Black America is not any different. Do you think all these people coming here from Vietnam and everything really care about the Battle of Normandy? Do they really care about while they're on vacation, 600,000 people died in the Civil War so they could have a country to go to? No, it's me, I. That's what immigrants do. Now, my problem with the FBA people is that they're singling out Black immigrants, for which all immigrants come in here and do. They come in here to benefit from America, benefit from the infrastructure, benefit from what's been established, right? And in turn, they basically give some sort of allegiance, or they don't have to give allegiance. America's a type of country where you could come. If you choose to salute the American flag, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. The Amish people do not wear the American flag. The Hasidic Jews don't wear the American flag, but that's protected under the Constitution of America. So my question to the FBA people is, what do you want the Black immigrants to salute to? We have no flag. We gave up all the institutions that made us unique, right? We don't support. We got HBCUs that are failing, that are underfunded and everything. And then when Donald Trump steps in, people hate Donald Trump. He says, I'm going to give you $50 billion a year. We didn't want that. No, it's Donald Trump. So these people who call themselves FBA, right? They don't really vote for their own interests. They have no interest in survival. You look at their political thing. I want a reparations check. That's not going to happen. So they have nothing politically, socially, anything to basically tie themselves together, because they gave it all up for integration, seeking white approval, white acceptance, and everything. So in the meantime, there's some of us who saw this and said, you know something, why don't we just basically, listen to who inspired us the most? Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Delany, Chancellor Williams, Dr. Amos Wilson, Dr. Heinrich Clark. So these talking points of do for self, building our communities, building our families and everything, and eventually helping join with other like-minded people on the African continent to build a Black world, whether it's here in America, whether it's here in Africa, wherever you want to be, wherever you feel like you're most comfortable, you can build there. It's not about giving up, getting on a boat, going to Africa tomorrow. We used to have people, there was a video I sent Brother Bomani where a Jamaican couple from Florida went to Ghana on the year of return thinking they would have citizenship and everything. It didn't work out. They lost everything. I know several people that went to Africa and they lost everything. I advised them, don't do that. You're not ready for that. They didn't listen to me. And now some of my friends are like, hey, well, Kala, I should have listened to you years ago. I said, look, we have to build what we call a Black African infrastructure. We have to have our own banks. We have to have our own industries. We have to have all those things to sustain ourselves on the African continent. And we can fund it and finance it ourselves. We have to start attracting what we call the alpha in our community. Right now, Bomani will tell you, right? I know, I'm in a black business community and everything like that. It's hard. Africa is a hard sell. It's a hard sell because people, when they talk about investing, they talk about their hard-earned money. There's very little return and very high risk when you talk about a developing country. There's plenty of opportunity, but the government and all these other institutions have to be on board. We don't basically take time to go to the overseas private investment corporation, right? I told people for years, I gave people assignments to like that. It's called something else now, right? They help facilitate people to get funds in the millions of dollars for people in developing countries. We're in America, we're US citizens, we have access to all these resources and everything. I say, let's use them, right? But we choose not to do that. So the Pan-African community, right, has not been really led by really educated people who think outside the box. It's led by mostly emotion, and so therefore this is why Kala Genesis is with Brother Bomani, because we think alike. We see the success. We talked about the Bang Dun conference, right? We get people on here that never heard of the Bang Dun conference, never heard. They want to debate me and they never heard of the Bang Dun conference. The Bang Dun conference is the reason why Asia is rising right now. The Bang Dun conference is the reason why Singapore is issuing global elite passports, coveted. That means they want the best and the brightest. They want the people that got the money. They don't care what color you are. If you're basically that could fit into this world, the Asians are playing this game to win. Singapore, South Korea, Japan, all these Asian countries are linking on a high level. And that's what I'm talking about. Why? Because they're practicing Asian nationalism. And they use Pan-Asianism to facilitate Asian nationalism, Asian nation building, Asian winning, Asian love, Asian posterity, Asian continuity. Okay, so I'm not bogged down by some ideology called Pan-Africanism, and people don't know the ass from the elbow and everything like that. That's not Kala Genesis. We're talking on a higher level. In the BAIO, I was able to attract by people listening to me, right? I have people in the BAIO that are doctors, that are engineers, that are builders, that are all over the world, on the continent, African Americans, Africans, all over the continent, all over the world doing stuff. Now, do we have a specific plan and everything? Well, we were going to do that 2 years ago, then COVID happened. And so I could not get my Angola project launched and everything. I said, you know something? I'm gonna get behind somebody who's actually doing something. And that's why I joined with Brother Bomani. We was always tight together, but he was doing his thing, I was doing my thing. So when the COVID happened, right, and I could not send my team of engineers and builders to Angola because the country went on lockdown and everything. That's still in the future. We could probably do that. But I said, you know something, let me focus on Liberia, country I know about that's closer, and let me focus on what Bomani is doing in Ghana. And so therefore, that's what we talk about. We talk about nation by nation. I have a group in Zambia, right? Those are Zambian, my brother Mapupwe. This guy, if you talk to him, you would think he was Black American. He loves Black America so much, he calls himself FBA. I said, dude, man, listen, nah, man, I like the FDA concept, man. And I said, man, but you in Zambia, nigga, But he loves Black America. He said, man, go for it. I said, man, I ain't trying to do that. He said, man, build it. Foundational Black Americans. I'm feeling that shit, man. I said, yo, but nah, like that. So anyway, my whole thing is he's in Zambia. He tells me all about the history of Zambia. He purports to me what's going on the ground in Zambia. And a couple of years ago, there was a Zambian team that invited some African Americans over there to build a city state and everything. But he warned me that wasn't a good idea because in the region that was going to do it, Barotsi land, it was actually a secessionist movement. And the people that were trying to do this were Negropeans who were using Pan-Africanism, because Black people are naive and stuff like emotional, using Pan-Africanism, Black America, to put this on the map. And he said, and they got some people from the University of Virginia, UVA, to go down there, and they had this big celebration. And he told me that was a separatist movement, actually. And he was right. A couple of months later, there was all these riots and everything in Barotsi land, and they wanted to succeed from Zambia, in western part of Zambia. So basically, I'm on the front lines. I got people all over the continent in the Black African Infrastructure Organization. They network and everything like that, and they go off and form their own little WhatsApp chats and everything like that. But they always report to me, they email me, they inbox me. They tell me in each country, I can go to any country and tell me what's going on the ground in real time. Okay. So like I said, my job right here is to make sure that this movement, right? I said, I want to see each African nation, including the Black nation in America, the Jamaicans, everything. I want to see each region of the Black world succeed. And we succeed by bringing people of like mind together out of each camp. You know, I could work with Liberians, I could work with Sierra Leoneans, I could work with Nigerians, I could work with Cameroonians, whoever you are. You know, we got Cameroonian people and everything. They tell me about what's going on in Cameroon, right? My goal is to translate that into political power. In other words, basically, we build, everything comes in succession, right? Everything starts with social power. That's why social networking is so important. Socializing with each other, you get to be on the same page. You get to form like mind, like opinion, right? Next is economics. You know, you start planning an economic base. And then once you have your social and economic, then you want political power. Okay, it doesn't start with political power first. It starts with social power. Social power means we have to know who we are. We have to be in agreement, right? We're not going to agree on 100% of everything. But if we can get to 75%, if we can get to 75% of this is 75% of stuff we agree on, let's work with that. You build on what you agree with, right? Like Bomani and I don't agree on everything, you know, but I'm not going to sit here and dwell on everything we disagree with. Okay, I'm going to dwell on the stuff we do agree with. I agree that we should be building these communities in Ghana and what he's doing. You know, he believes in the stuff we do at the BAIO, you know, land infrastructure nationhood, and ultimately in Afrikstan. You know, that's the end game of the Black people in America. That's justice of 500 years of oppression. It's having one day, won't be in my lifetime, is to have a nation that's a sanctuary, something like Israel, something like Monaco, something like Dubai, that the Black people from the West could return to and build a civilization, a society of their own. Now, that idea right there, I pitched it to many people around the African continent just to get a feel. And majority of people say that's a good idea. That will solve a lot of the problems, on the African continent. Will it happen? It means it's all about people getting involved in this movement and making it happen. You know, we see the success Brother Bomani is having in building these communities. We're going to expand that in several Black states in Africa and everything. And one day we're going to basically have all those infrastructure stuff. And one day we're going to attract the Alpha community in the West and say, hey, look, you want to come in? And then the people on the African continent, you want to join in helping us and everything. We're all building. It's all about adding and building. It's not subtracting. Nobody's taking anything from somebody. It's building. If the Arabs could do it, if the Asians could do it, if the Europeans could do it, we can do it. We can build a future for our people. But sitting here in America, right, looking at the election cycles and watching our community disintegrate right before our eyes is unacceptable. I say, well, why do you focus on this? Why? Because I told you 10 minutes ago, right? Black America said to me a couple of decades ago, and I tried to fight this all the time, that they have no interest in preserving their community. We let the worst of the worst represent us. We let the community run wild. We will have a no snitching policy. You know, we worship gangbangers. We worship all the stuff like that's in America, right? So basically, the Black community just say, you know something, I had it. We move to the suburbs and everything. We move around white people and everything. Nobody has any interest in building the so-called Black community as we once knew it in America. And so therefore, the last stage is, okay, since America's failing, right? We got communities being regentrified and everything. Mexicans are moving into Black communities and everything. I've seen parts of Norfolk, right? That when I first moved here 30 years ago in this area, right? That was all Black, right? Now, over, on Swells Point, Bomani, of Little Creek, not Little Creek, but Chesapeake Boulevard, that Chesapeake Boulevard that connects with Little Creek right there in the dead center, right? Swells Point and all that, the town, the bottoms, what do you call the hole, all that over there, them neighborhoods over there that was once all Black, right? And now you got white people moving there.
Wow.
Well, yeah, that was the hood of the hood.
Wow.
It's white people moving there, right? You got that McDonald's right there on the 5 Points, right there, Tidewater, it was not Tidewater, no, on Chesapeake Boulevard, right there. That McDonald's right there was always your sister there. Now you see Filipinos, Mexicans, people can't speak the language working there. You know, and you see white kids out there in the playground and everything. I said, man, how do we lose this community? You know, my ex-girlfriend used to live. That's what she grew up. But that community's not there no more. So I'm watching people lose their history, lose their communities, lose everything that they built for and everything, and there's nothing left. I'm watching this all over in real time. I'm watching neighborhoods go from black to white. I'm watching crime going down. I'm watching all the chaos and thing. I said, we need a fresh start. First of all, we have to start learning to love ourselves again. You know, we have to be honest about ourselves and what happened in this country and what happened to us and everything. And we have to be honest about our future. Now, there are black people that are doing very well in America. I'm a keeper. If you're doing very well in America, nobody's going to take that away from you. I'm not going to tell anybody that America is not your home. I'm not going to do that. You fought very hard to be Americans and be part of this country. But I am telling you, right, it's like the white man. You ever notice one thing, Bomani, right? When you go down to North Carolina, right, the white people down there, have you ever known a white person who said, from North Carolina and everything who said, oh, yeah, we moved to New York, whatever came out. They stay down there. Why is it that the black people, right? Well, my family had large lands in North Carolina, right? That's my family from North Carolina, right? Why did our whole family have to go to New York, right? And then later we have to go back to the South. The same white people, generation after generation, are still fucking there, you know? So we'll just tell you, we're not a settled people yet. You know, we're going from north to south. We're going from south. Now people are going to south and moving back up north after 30 years. Then a couple of years later, they'll be back down south. And pretty soon, there's not going to be any place that we're going to be able to go to. You got large numbers of black people in America, basically, who are moving to places like Mexico. They're moving to Canada. They're moving to Costa Rica. They're moving to Dominican Republic. They're moving to Colombia. You know, one of my guys in the BAIO, right? He's a software engineer. You know, Nac Beasy. Look forward to listen towards Nac. You know, the bottom line is, you know, I hope that if Nac will come over here, we have an intelligent debate. You know, I want, you know, I haven't seen that in so long. You know, no one's came on here and said anything intelligent that impressed me.
Well,
you know,
we're
all jokes and snaps and everything like that. You know, like I said, I haven't had a worthy opponent on this channel yet. You know, nobody could basically be intelligent and say, "Hey, look, you know, this and the thing." It's all jokes and everything like that. What part of basically?
Are you saying no one can debate you and no one can defeat you in a debate?
Yeah, nobody, because they don't answer the questions, right? They go off on these tangents and whatnot. You know, if you debate somebody, what you do is you respond to what they said. You try to refute what they said. You don't make up what you think they said. And then like, I never once said I'm a Pan-African way. No, I said Pan-African is a means. African redemption, Black liberation is the end game. So if Pan-African can do that, then I'm all for that. But if it's not, then it's not. You know, nobody said, "Oh, you're a Pan-African." So these people are triggered by things like Pan-African because why the trigger Pan? It's not Pan-African. It's the fact that it has Africa in it, and these people have a problem with identifying with Black Africa. You know, they have a problem with their African blood and their heritage. You know, when you join the BAIO, right, we ask you two questions. Are you African American or you a Black African descent? Some people come here and say, I'm a Black American. Bloop, you ain't in there. No, I'm a Hebrew. Get the fuck out. Nope. Only people, if you can't say that you're Black and you're African and your roots in Africa and whatnot, your bloodline is from Africa, then I don't want anything to do with you. So these nonsense about look, the bottom line is this: do you believe? If you don't believe you're African, you don't. That's fine. You know, I said some people out there, you know, Africa is painful and they don't want to identify with it. That's fine. But my question is why do those people always seem like they always want to come around people who like us who believe in this stuff.
Well, perfect, Kala, and I enjoy your point of view. And what I want to do is to get next point of view, and then
Oh yeah, bring them on.
we just so so it's kind of like a combination of explaining American nationalism, Pan-Africanism.
Well, I want to hear this.
And all these theories in science.
I want to hear what American nationalism is.
Hey, greetings, brother Neezy. Greetings.
Peace to the panel. Peace to you, Kala. Peace to Bomani. How y'all doing?
Yes, brother. Yes, man. A beautiful day, man. Let me just pop up this topic here. And that is our topic right here. We're talking about basically American nationalism and Pan-Africanism. Some people represent both, some people represent one or the other. Trying to get your point of view, and then trying to see if you agree or disagree with Kala Genesis on the things he talked about for the last 20 minutes.
All right. So let me start with what I agree with him on, because I want to listen to him with a positive ear. I agree that Black Americans are great. I agree that we have a lot to be proud of. I agree that we deserve to be in this country. I agree that being Black American is nothing to be ashamed of. Okay. I'm proud to be who I am. Now, where I disagree with the brother is that we don't have to get with Africa to get anything popping. He'll say on one term that his movement is not about going back to Africa, but that's not the case. His movement is literally about going back to Africa. And Africa is the world's political midget. It is the thought of the world. It controls nothing. Africans have no power politically, militarily, and there is no such thing as an African. You know what an African is? You have to really break it down to their ethnic groups. There is no African on the continent. So when you break it down to ethnic groups, then you're going to start seeing even less and less and less power. So what the brother's trying to do is trying to, I guess, consolidate all these different African nations, ethnic groups, and geographic locations for power. It sounds hot. That sounds hot, but it's never happened and it never will. So I say Black Americans take advantage of what we have in America, what our forefathers fought, bled, died, and killed for. My lineage also goes back to North Carolina, Iredell County, Statesville. That's where my people come from. So I'm not going to disregard them and then just run to some continent of people that I don't know. I'm not asking, but the question would be for these Black nationalists that are focused on Africa and these Pan-Africans that are focused on Africa, who believe that Black people worldwide have, similar issues and, we have to be together. What have you done in Jamaica? What have you done in Black America? What are your social and political programs for the people that you share a closer lineage, a closer understanding, a phenotype, a genotype, and a historical connection to? Why would you jump over your own people to go fantasize and romanticize about a people whose forefathers are responsible for our condition here in America? That's the fact that no Pan-African, no Black nationalist that is African-centered want to talk about. They use words like POW of the transatlantic slave trade. Yeah, while that may be true to a certain extent, but they always conveniently forget about the slave raiders. They forget that the African on the continent had just as much of a hand in selling us as the white people that bought us. You see, the white people resold us. The African sold us. And when you say that, you sent money to Biafra,
I did. My father.
Brother, next time you cut me off, I'm out of here. When you spoke, I didn't even have a chance. Listen, we're gonna practice discipline today. Don't cut me off again, or I'm out of here. Now, your family, and salute to them, put their money where their mouth is. I gave you 5 examples of Black Americans that put their money, their flesh, their pound of flesh on the line, their political activism on the line for Africa, and we have never gotten a return on that investment, ever. The time of wasting time, money, political, and our flesh, our pound of flesh are over. It's a one-sided agreement or deal that the African ain't even asked for. They didn't ask us to help. We building a bridge to Africa, and by the time you get there, they say, yo, we didn't call for you. And you say this on your own website, essentially. I'll read down what your website is. BAIO is a geopolitical organization of Black African Americans and diasporan victims and POWs of the transatlantic slave trade throughout the diaspora, living as second and third class citizens in foreign lands. Do you know how many second, third class, and even invisible people there are on this continent that you love? You name me the country, I'll name you the ethnic group that is the third class or the invisible class in these countries. So everything that you claim exists in America exists as well in Africa, except there is shittier infrastructure. Okay? Our condition is tied to the legacy of slavery and genocide of African people in America and the diaspora. BIO, along with some of the most powerful bloggers, you're working with the most powerful bloggers. You are the problem because you're working with bloggers. Who are your politicians that you are working with? Who are your Dangotes that you are working with? You are not working with them because you have no political power yourself. No African, nobody is going to respect someone who doesn't keep their own lights on before trying to keep the streets lights on. You jumped over your own people, your own lineage from North Carolina that I share with you to work on a continent of people who don't even see each other as the same people. Now, in USA and diaspora will make the case that it is time for the landless sons and daughters of Mother Africa. Let's talk about that. Landless? No, I have a land, and it's called America, and it's the best country in the world, and that's why both of you are sitting there now. America is that country. America affords us the financial freedom, the freedom of movement, the freedom of religion, the freedom of being able to get on these platforms and talk about how we want to go to Africa. But we're not going to give half of the story here. We're going to tell the whole truth. I have a blue passport with a beautiful big golden eagle that's stamped up crazy. So I am not landless. I am an American citizen, and I am proud of it. The sons of daughters of Mother Africa. Let's talk about the Mother Africa. You Pan-Africans, you disrespectful Black nationalists tend to look at Black Americans and use the bottom of our barrel, the people that need the most help, and try to say that that's who we are. And you have, some of you have white supremacist talking points. So you'll talk about the Shakishas, the Puquishas, and the single baby mamas, right? And you'll juxtapose that with African culture. Well, let's talk about this Mother Africa that you talk about. If Africa is our mother, then she is that project bitch that fucking abandoned her kids, went around the corner to smoke crack and suck dick, and these dicks that she was sucking were the European dicks that she allowed to come in and invade her, that she invited into her fucking womb, and now everybody been fucking her. They've been fucking her so bad, they sat down at a table called a Berlin Conference and said, yo, who's next? Who's smashing next? You know what? Let's run a train on this fucking raggedy bitch known as Africa. Now, self-determination means rule and government. The only place this can happen is in Africa. My brother, You sat on here 20 minutes ago talking about this ain't only about Africa, but you haven't done shit in Black America. And your own website states that the only place that this can happen is in Africa. So yes, you are involved with a Back to Africa movement, but you classify it as a Forward to Africa movement, a repatriation movement that you've been involved with since you've had the ideology from a kid. You've been 25 or 30 years involved in something that you yourself will not take the jump to do. So you're selling us a dream that you don't even believe in, brother. Right now, you are sitting in a nice, posh townhome somewhere in Black America, selling us Africa, saying that the only way that we can have self-government and rule is if we go to Africa. So which one is it? Not a question, more of a statement, because you sometimes sound confused. It ain't about going back to Africa, but then it's the only place we can do it is in Africa. So now on your website, the BAIO says infrastructure is the only thing keeping Black people loyal to the USA. I don't agree. What keeps me tied to the USA are my ancestral roots, my ancestors, my family, the legacy of our people, the greatness of our people, the familiarity with our people, the barbecues, the barbershops, the Black-owned businesses, you know, all that, the language, the communication, the colloquialism, the facial gestures, the hand gestures, my people, your people. That's what keeps me connected to America, Black America, that is. Healthcare. Purchase in America is essential. Most hospitals in Africa will not treat you unless insured or have a credit card. I can walk into any hospital in America and they have to treat me. They will try to turn you away. And in New York, when I didn't have health insurance, you know what we used to do? We used to get fake ID so we didn't get the bill. You don't have to do that now. They have to treat you and then they'll send you a high-ass bill, but you're treated. You can't get that in Africa. Okay, you will die in that emergency room in Africa. And that's happened in America as well. I'm gonna keep it 100. But now you said COVID fees in Ghana were the highest in the world. Another example of the cannibalistic nature of African governments. Eat off their own people, eat off the people that have an emotional attachment to return people like you, right? To a continent that they actually never been in because they don't see the realities of that continent, which is that it's everyone going out for themselves. Now, you said many continentals are resentful of the position of power Black Americans hold. That position of power that we hold, my brother, is directly connected to the financial access, the access to the to wealth, the acquisition of wealth, and the opportunities to pass that on. Now, we as Black Americans have to take advantage of it and stop running away to a continent full of poor people so that we can be the tallest midget, the smartest dumbass, or the richest poor person amongst other poor people. That is going to make you a target. That's going to cause animosity. Now, that animosity is well documented in your next statement. You said you then describe Black Americans you then describe Black Americans entitled for demanding citizenship. Now, the year of return, that was one of their selling points, was citizenship. And they gave a citizenship that was conditional. Their citizenship did not allow you access to political power. Now, again, a geopolitical organization such as the BAIO would have to have an interest in political power. But political power, a lot of times on a continent, is based on what? Ethnic lines. You as a Black American have no direct ethnic line or ethnic connection to that continent. Therefore, you are politically what? Powerless. Black Americans look to Africa for salvation. No, Hoteps look to Africa for salvation. But most Africans in power are realistic. This is on your own website, brother. The only Africans or Black people that look to Africa for salvation are those that are useless amongst us in Black America, those that have been beaten down and believe in white Thanos, that we can't do it and the white man is so we got to go amongst the Black people who also are beaten down by Black people that look just like them. Remember Lekki toll booth, Nigeria? I mean, even in Liberia right now, they have a Fix the Country campaign going on, started by students there. So all these places that you idolize, my brother, have their own issues that we don't understand because we're not connected. We're not on the ground. We don't have our boots dirty. We go there for vacation, and then we think that we know how it is to actually be a continental African who was raised there. So Africans in power are realistic. How are they realistic? The fact is that Africa is not anything we can look to for global Black empowerment due to the fact that they don't have any global Black power. So you're selling me a dream of Africa. On one side, it ain't about going back to Africa, but on your website, that's the only way this can happen, or the only place it can happen is in Africa. So you're selling a dream that you don't even believe in, brother. Because if you believed in it, you take that $20, you put it towards some other money, and then you buy a one-way ticket to Africa. When I decided to leave America, and let me tell you why I left America. I left America because I married a non-Black American woman. So to keep my family together, I did it. I left. You know how long that took me? It took me 2 years of planning. Copped a house, sold the house, moved the family to Europe so I could make money. Did it, stack of money, doing very well here. And I'll be coming back to Black America. Now, as someone who actually did successfully leave America, trust me when I tell you, it ain't only about infrastructure, because the infrastructure here is impeccable. You're going to miss your people. You're going to miss the food. You're going to miss the big cars that you can drive. You're going to miss the infrastructure. You're going to miss just your people. So America is something that you can leave until you actually leave. And then when you leave, your ass is going to be wanting to come back. So again, I've been talking. I'm going to be quiet. Thank you for being quiet. Let's get it.
All right. Now, first of all, you made a lot of good points, right? Points that, that I agree with. I never said, and when you look at our website, right, I never said that every last single Black person has to go to Africa. I said those who have the ability to do it. Why can't we expand to the mother continent, right? I never said everybody has to go, right? But I do say that there's a lot of people that joined the BAIO, right, that are living on the continent now doing very well. It's not for everybody. It's not even for 90% of the Black people. No one said that. But we are saying that we're planting a seed. Nagbizi, do you understand the old parable that says the man who plants a tree, right, knowing that he's not going to benefit from its shade, the first step towards knowing real knowledge and wisdom. I feel driven by this because I think this is something that has to be done. I never once disrespected my ancestors by saying all the hard work they did in America is nothing. It's nothing to do with Black people in America saying this. But I will ask the question this, right? If we really believe that America is what we say it is, or Black America says, why do we let so much of our stuff go? Why do we lose our way in America? Why do we, all the institutions, at one time, the BAO would never exist in the Black nationalism and African nationalism would not be even thought about, right? But we look at Black America, right? We let Ebony Magazine go. First, they got a hold of Ebony Magazine, right? You start seeing more white people and everything. They took away Essence Magazine, Jet Magazine. That's what kept us as a people. When you picked up Ebony Magazine, you knew you were part of 40 million people. You saw things. We laughed together. We were a people. Now that's sort of Black America, right? We said to the world, we told the world, we don't care about that. We don't care about all the things that held us together. We don't even bother. Like I tell people about things like Watch Night, right? They said, what's Watch Night? Well, I know about my African American heritage. Watch Night was a time period where that was done. And I found out in Liberia, we took that over to Liberia. Watch night was New Year's. We ate black eyed peas and then sit there and wait for the New Year's to come in with a light and the candles in the dark. I don't know why we ever did that, but that was something that was in Black America, right? The festival, jump in the room. Black couples don't want to do that no more. You know, they don't want to jump the broom. They don't want to do all those things that thing. They don't want to eat the foods. We say, oh, that's slave food and everything. We denigrate everything that we call ourselves Black America. Then when somebody says, you know something, you know, let's reach a little further back, you know, and build with Africa, explore Africa and everything. Suddenly, we're traitors to Black America. We're the same people. They don't want to uphold all those things that that Black America had, right? We don't care about our HBCUs. We don't care about all those things that we have. We don't care about supporting Black filmmakers, Black thing. I'm waiting for somebody to write the book on Marcus Garvey. I'm willing to. I can't wait until we have a real movie on Harriet Tubman instead of some white lady and with Nigerian actors playing Harriet Tubman. You know, we don't respect our history. We don't respect our heritage. We don't respect our women. We don't respect anything that we claim. And then all I'm saying is, if we basically take the best of Black America, the best of who we are, all those things you talk about, the barbershop, the stuff like that, right? And we're able to build communities overseas and everything outside of it. I really do believe that Black America, right, is held back. There's no reason why 90% of Black people should vote for a political party and get nothing out of it. Black America put Joe Biden in the office, and we got nothing in return. Do you see how the top Black people that's supposed to represent how he was talking to us, down to us like we're nothing? They don't even talk to African immigrants who only make 3 million people like they do Black America. No one has any respect for us anymore in this country. America's a free-for-all. Millions of people are flooding across the border. America itself doesn't have an identity anymore. America itself doesn't even care about itself anymore. And so I'm supposed to look at all the things that America's losing. The average immigrant don't respect the American flag. They come over here. They even live in New York City, vote, have the same rights as you and I do, and they're not even citizens. And no one even think that's important anymore. It used to be a status. We're Americans. Let's work on that. And I still believe that Black people in America, don't give up what you have. Fight for that. I'm with you 100%, brother. Fight for what you have in America, but fight right. But don't tell that one section of Black America, say, you know something, there's a long forgotten when. Do you know the idea of building in Africa, leaving Africa is the oldest ideology in Black America? And that's the truth. It started as soon as the first Africans arrived in America. They started talking about the idea that we need to learn and build a nation for ourselves, return to our continent and liberate ourselves from the slave traders, conquer them, burn down the slave castle. As soon as they got educated and figured out what was going on, we produced people like Prince Hall. The idea of going to Africa and building Africa. We had an African American named John Brown Williams. John Williams, I think that's his name, right? He was an African American explorer to the Congo. He raised the thing about King Leopold. If you want to know a little about him, read about Samuel Jackson brought him to life in 2017 Tarzan's gravestone. So this idea of Black people in America, in Africa, is not new. It's not something new. It just came out of nowhere. Henry McNeil Turner built the first organized Black community in South Africa in the late 1800s. You know, Johannesburg was originally settled by African Americans. People don't even realize that. Working for the Anglo-American Corporation. They were African.
Perfect, Kala. Want to keep it to where we have short intervals now.
Okay.
And you're not easy. You can just go back and forth in the shorter intervals. Greetings, brother. You still up?
I'm here, but I don't think the brother was finished with his point. So I'll acquiesce 2 more minutes if he wants.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is the idea African Americans helped build the Ethiopian Airlines. Should we not acknowledge that? And I asked Nack the other night, I said, Black America, are we only defined by the borders of America? Black America basically went to Paris, right? And the Parisian nightlife changed forever. We brought jazz and all this stuff like this. Black people in America went to Russia, right? Showed them how to farm in the rural parts of Russia. You know, so Black America is not just people that's here. We've always been a global player in the world. You know, so this idea that we're giving up something or we're leaving something, that's not true. You know, and I'm saying like this, and the reason why I was basically the BAO and the About Us section came about was years ago I met Angolans, right? That in America, right? I talked to the assistant ambassador to Angola. You know, he's not there. No, he was under the Dos Santos thing. And I told him, I said, I pitched an idea. I said, what would you guys think about black people in America coming back to Angola? And this guy nearly jumped through the phone and said, man, that would be fantastic. You guys got everything, because they come here and they say, my God, they go to the thing, because you got a lot of Africans. They're not industrialized like we are. They go to places like New York, Norfolk, Virginia, and Philly and Baltimore, and they see those black men put in 35 years in the steel mills and the shipyards and everything. And they say, man, if we had black people who know how to run complicated operations of business and everything, they said, if these people come over here, man, because right now the Angolans got the Portuguese coming over there, you know, and Angola got billions of dollars. They gave Portugal $32 billion a few years ago, a decade ago, $32 billion. Its former colonizer, Angola, gave them $32 billion, not 32 million, $32 billion. Angola has a sovereign wealth fund. And they said, well, I got my guy in Angola say, yeah, we would like to learn how to invest in West Africa, but it's so unstable over there. They got a sovereign wealth fund because they have a small population. They got oil money, diamond money, all stuff like that. And they put their money into European banks, European infrastructure, and all stuff like that. It's called a sovereign wealth fund, right? And I said to myself, you know something? If we could build prototype city states and stuff like that, you would have not just Black America. I'm not looking at Black America. You would have people, educated Black people, coming. And another thing they want connections to the English-speaking world. If you go to Angola, the number one thing you can do right now to make money is teach English. So if you got a degree in teaching English, you can go over there and write your own ticket. So I'm saying to myself, I'm not telling Black people, you know, America's bad there. I never badmouth Black America. Black America is doing really well.
And on that, I would say we have to keep our time because I don't want you to start going to different ways. I'd like to take my time back, if you don't mind. If you want 30 more seconds to fill your...
Can you respond to what I just said, you know?
Well, I mean, you never responded to all the points that I did that I took directly off of... Wait, hold on. That I took... Brother, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. I can use my time how I want, and my time starts now. So now I didn't cut you off. I gave you more time when the mic was passed back to me, offered you another 30 seconds. That is the spirit that I want to have this debate in. Okay. I made a lot of points that you didn't address, points that I took directly off of your own website. I can't force you to address them. I can only call out the fact that you never addressed them. I laid some heavy charges on Africa, on the Pan-African movement, used some very colorful language, all of which you denied, and you never said that Black Americans or all Black people should go to Africa. Now, I wrote my notes for that one, and what you said on your website was that it was that the only place is Africa, and you did not specify who you were speaking about. At that point, you were speaking about Black Americans, but you didn't say a certain section of Black America. You said the only place we collectively, meaning us as Black Americans. So you did mean that we have to go back to the continent. And brother, I don't want to hear anything from you. I want you to listen, because I got this from your own website. So now, you made some other points that I'd like to address. Ebony Magazine. Who gives a shit about Ebony Magazine? That's an old ass magazine that I'm not asking you questions, brother. Remember, discipline. I don't care about Ebony Magazine. That's an old ass magazine I used to read on the toilet when I was 6 years old. Okay. We should be focusing on new Black media, and we do have new Black media via YouTube and via other websites that we use. The Ebony Magazine print magazine has gone the way of the dinosaur anyway. So Ebony Magazine is neither here nor there. Black American culture. Black American culture, why it's so great and why it's the world standard for Black culture, is that it always changes. The world looks to us. The reason why those that Angolan was so happy, and that I think it was from some country. You said, he identified as FBA, is because we are the face of the black world. We are the black people that everyone knows. Now, not necessarily for the best reasons, because for the most part, we're seen as entertainers and sports figures. I'm trying to get us to be really recognized or re-recognized as innovators. And I can't do that if I got 1 foot on the continent and 1 foot in Black America. I'm talking about in terms of thoughts and where I'm going to do my activism. You see what I'm saying? So you said that we don't respect our culture. It's funny that this is all juxtaposed to Africa. The last place you're going to find a pro-black mentality is in Africa, bro. The first place you're going to find the biggest Jesus statues, Jesus pictures, white Jesus everywhere, is in Africa, bro. So you're trying to tell us to go to a place with this mythical African mindset. The African mindset is one that they crawl directly under the white man's nuts. Those same nuts that we've been, punching, kicking, and chopping off since we've been here. You see what I'm saying? Colonialism is a product of African cooperation and collusion, bro. They invited these crackers onto the shores and traded with them. That's a fact. They invited them once they saw them off the shores. You had Queen Nzinga. She converted to Catholicism. Okay? She was with the Portuguese slave raid and other African people. So you're telling us to go to the place where all of that shit happened, which happens to be one huge shithole. Africa is straight up a shithole, my G. And you even confirmed that by saying that we don't want to leave because of lack of infrastructure in Africa. Why would we go from where we have it better to where we would have it worse that we don't even know? No one wants to freaking go to Africa except Pan-Africans that sell Africa from America. And they happen to have two things in common. They're all selling tours and or land. And this is no shot. Tours and land. Let me bring you to a place where I say you should return, and then I go back to live in America because I don't really want to live there. It took me 2 years to say, yo, we out of here, family. And it's going to take me maybe 9 more months to get back to my ancestral homeland, which is Black America. That's where I'm from. Obviously, I'm of African descent, but I'm not going to trade my blue passport for a green Nigerian passport or whatever, when you got people taking the Mango Road up to West Africa, through Arab countries, to fucking drown in the ocean to leave, bro. What are you really trying to tell our people? You trying to send us into the fire when the people of that continent are running out of the fire. There's no reason why you should be a hardcore Pan-African or Black nationalist, as you state. Family working in Biafra, salute to them. And you still in America. It's taking you 25, 30 years to leave. You ain't leaving. You're never leaving for good. So don't sell my people that we should leave to Africa and say that it's the only place that we can have some sort of black nation. Now I'm gonna wrap up right here. Your website sounds kind of like you're a colonizer too. You said Black Salvation. There's something on your website where you said that you're trying to create like a Afrikstan within a sovereign nation in Africa. Like you're trying to create a separate community for Black diasporans. Bro, do you have no idea how countries work? If you really rock with Africa, you would respect the sovereignty of African nations and not say that you're going to go there and create a black nation within an African nation. That is the recipe for xenophobia, for just disaster, genocide. We've seen it happen time and time again on the continent. You're an expert on Liberia. I'll leave the Liberian question to you, but there's talk about that's what happened in Liberia too. So whenever you try to establish something where something is already established, you're going to get pushback. And anything that you build on that is always going to have that stain and legacy of colonization. Like what white Europeans did to America. You ask the true American, the Native American, what they think of those people. And if they had the power, I'm sure they'd wipe them out, but they don't. So I give it back to you.
Okay. Now, question thing that you said, I've been listening to you, right? You said I said in my thing, I said the only place in Africa for we. Exactly. I'm not saying all of us have to be there, right? But let me ask you a question, right? The Jews around the world, where's the one place that they can look to and basically feel like they're on a global scale power?
You mean the Ashkenazi Jews in Israel?
Or just Jews, Jews, Zionists.
Israel, and they're having a horrible time because they got to live up behind the wall.
Let me start right
they're not living they're not living in freedom, and it proves my point, brother.
Hold on. Let me say something right there. Israel is the most developed country in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Israel's the most developed country in the Middle East. Okay, and the bottom line is this: like Netanyahu, who I don't even like. I don't like Jews. I'm gonna say it like that, but I don't agree with them anything. But he said one thing a couple of years ago that I resonate with. He said, look, with all the stuff that's going on in the world and everything, the Jewish people after 2,000 years have a land that if push come to shove, we're going to basically fight. We're not going to talk about this. I look at Black America right now, right? All we do is talk about, if you were what you say is very passionate, right? And everything. But the reality is this: Black America is always complaining about racism, white supremacy, and America's no good. They hate America, all stuff like that. I see people burning American flags. I see people rioting, looting. I see crime out of control because we got a system now where they're saying America's so racist that if you enforce the law, you're being racist. This is what's going on right now in this country, right now in America. And so it all goes back to the fact is, if America's so bad, and this is the problem I have with the FBA people, right? Black immigrants coming over here saying America's great. They sound like you, Nakmeezy, right? But the average Black American, man, all they do is talk about this. You talk about America or whatever, America's racist. America's racist. They don't agree with nothing America does. They say the police, they call the police what? Race soldiers. They say the police are hunting us down. The banks are racist. Everybody's racist. Every time you look around, there's a Karen video. Everybody like this. So if you have all this misery in America and then you condemn somebody and say, you know something, let's build something in Africa so you can basically have an escape. See, the difference between you and me and Bomani and even somebody that's come from the islands, right? They have a mental escape. I got friends of mine that come from the Bermuda, right? They're like, yeah, they like that, but they go down to the islands and they're like, yeah, I get away from America, and they come back recharged. The Black person in America is the only people that is cornered, and we have no place to go. We're subjected to their media, we're subjected to their insults, we're subjected to all the stuff like this. So basically, I'm saying that if we had have a place or places in Africa that's safe, that we build and everything, we had our own tax base and everything, we could build our infrastructure. That's it. I'm saying like this, Nakmeezy. I'm saying like if you had a guy that has a family of 5, right? And he says he has 4 sons. He has 4 sons, 1 daughter, right? One son will go into the military, America, okay, like that, just like the Jews. One son going to the military. The other son goes into, let's say, it's a Jewish guy. Let's make it a Jewish guy. The other son will go and serve into the Israeli Defense Department. I forgot the name of it, the nickname of it. The Israeli Defense. Rahm Emanuel, former mayor of Chicago, Obama's chief of staff. He served in the Israeli military. Okay, so the
it's
bottom
called
line,
the IDF,
IDF, Israeli Defense Force. Okay, And so therefore you got people doing those sort of global connections and everything. Okay, he's back in America and everything like that. I'm not saying throw away your passport. I'm saying for the time being, in our lifetime, that'll never happen. 200 years from now, that'll never happen. We're too tied to America. I understand that. But this idea that if you have African, and I say, and bottom line, I'm not talking about every African country. I would never talk about this to Nigeria, you know. But I do have a certain couple countries in Africa that say, you know something, you know, there's plenty of territory here. We're underpopulated, and we're, you know, if you guys build, because they look at the success of Dubai. Now look at Dubai. Now, by what you're saying, the people should have never left their homelands and live in a multicultural, multinational place like Dubai. You know, people in Dubai are living good. You know, I'm saying the fact that you got people living in Monaco, rich people living in Monaco. I'm saying if we had a state where the people could come over, not everybody could come over and build and everything, we're part of the global community. We're becoming more global. We don't have to basically be tied to the borders of the United States, what Langston Hughes calls the shores to shore mentality. That means that Black America is only identified through the borders of America. I don't agree with that. Black America has a diaspora just like anybody else. There's Black Americans, African Americans that settled in Dominican Republic, you know, in the 1800s. They settled in Panama, you know. They settled in Mexico. There's a place called Little Liberia in Baja California, an African American settlement. We're just African Americans that settle in Nova Scotia. You know, and nobody's saying that Black America has to be tied to the United States borders. White people are going overseas. You got white Mexicans. There's so many white people going to Mexico, right? Driving up real estate prices. White people are going to the Philippines. They're going to say, look, man, I could live better in the Philippines than I ever could in America on my retirement, right? There's white people that I've known that many generations of America go back to Ireland, Scotch Irish, and go back to Ireland. Say, yeah, I'm going back to my Scotch Irish heritage. You see them up there in the mountains and everything like that. You know, I know it's a lot of Italian Americans, right? They're always going back to Sicily, Naples, Milan, all these places like this. Only the Black person in America is basically, and this is why nobody respects us. Now, the other night, when Mike was talking, right, and you told me that, oh yeah, he knows about Africa. Do you know Mike don't even respect what you said about Black America and stuff like that? He has no respect for that. He don't consider you American. He considers himself just American because he believes that you are homeless. Not only do some of these enemies, the Negropeans, don't want you to be in Africa, right? They don't even think you have a place in America. So what does that say about us is that the world, you got people out there who come here and the people they look down on are the people that are the most loyal. I give it to you. Black America is the most loyal people because we have nothing outside of America like other people. So we're the most loyal and tethered people to America, and nobody respects that. You know?
Can I jump in, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, you know, when we talk about, first of all, I'm not going to talk about Mike if he's not here to defend himself. That's whole shit. I don't talk about a man. I don't talk about a man when he's not here.
Don't put that out there. I wasn't talking about. I just said made a statement. That's not talking about him. That's
well,
what
you mentioned him. Let's keep it on us. Okay. Now, when you said that Black Americans aren't tied to America, that's never been my talking point. That was something that you tried to push on me. I'm a Black American with a stamped up passport, so I break that mold. Or that Pan-African stereotype that Black Americans don't travel. I've traveled the world, speak 5 languages. So I'm very well traveled. So I respect the fact that we can travel because we are a worldly people. We can go wherever we want. And we have historically gone everywhere we wanted. And when we went there, we did positive and great things. You talked about Ethiopian Airlines and you got to talk about the brown condor, the father of the Tuskegee Airmen. Okay, they respect the hell out of him. They celebrate him every year in Ethiopia. That's our legacy. So I never said that we don't go around and we shouldn't. What I'm saying is that the Black nationalists and the Pan-Africanists who says that we should only, or that our only success is tied to the continent of Africa, while they are still tethered to America, is being disingenuous. That's what I'm saying. The Black American who leaves America and goes there and hits the ground running and does his work I salute them. I salute them. But what I'm not going to have is people just trying to sell my people a dream. These people, a lot of people will tell us that everything is peachy keen in Africa, that you have to go there to get power when the native, the lay African, has no power against his own black government. So the racialized aspect of your talking points is moot. It's moot because on the continent, your oppressor looks like you. If you want to call yourself oppressed in America, it's easy to spot the ops. And sometimes it's not, because some of the ops look like us as well. So racism, yeah, there's a lot of my people who deal with racism, and we will continue to deal with racism. You take racism out and you put me on a continent, it's not called racism anymore. It's called tribalism. It's called otherism. It's called, you're the white man, you're Obroni, you're Oyibo, you're Tubab. It's called double pricing. It's called exclusion from political movements. It's called, you ain't never really gonna be a real African. And I don't need that shit. Racism is easy work for Black Americans. We've been dealing with that shit. You know, we could fight racism with our eyes closed. So that's not a reason enough for us to leave and give up everything that our people fought for just because some Karens and some crackers and some wild white supremacists with AKs, you know, running, cutting us down. We have the Second Amendment as well. And I tell my people, get trained, get armed. And I'll leave that at that. But America is so bad, it's so bad. Those are Pan-African talking points. Talking points that are followed up by the fact that you say the only place we can have any sort of political power is on Africa. But you can't name me one Black American right now that's holding office in Africa. There's literally not one. There is no Black American in Africa that has political power. There is none. Now, I never condemn those that go to the continent and get busy and do work. But for those that are here, I say, go already. Show us how to get it done. Don't talk on YouTube and y'all got to do this or we got to do that. We got to do this. I got a tour here. I got a tour there. I got land here. I got land there. But they're never leaving America. So you're half-assing. We call it half-assing. It's straight half-assing. I don't half-ass. When I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Why y'all not doing it? Y'all talking about it, but y'all not doing it. If it's the only place where we can have anything, then why is the brother still in America after 30 years? Why you still here, bro? Because you understand that whole back to Africa shit is straight bullshit. So why not just throw away your passports? Just throw your passports away. Denounce your American citizenship. If you know, what sounds good to me is that, oh, I got a place where I could go for power and we can get it popping, blah, blah, blah. So go there. But you won't, because you can't. When I say can't, you can't achieve political power in Africa because you're not politically connected, because you're not ethnically connected. You're not financially connected. Economically connected, I should say. The brother mentioned, you know, oh yeah, there was a separatist movement here in that country where the guy said he wanted to be FBA or whatever. There's a separatist movement there. There's a separatist movement in Upper Volta region. There's a separatist movement in Biafra. There's a separate movement in what you call it, in Yoruba land. There's a separate movement in Ambazonia. There was a separate movement in South Sudan. Now they have their own country. Shithole, by the way. There's separatist movements all over. So you want to jump in the middle of people who are trying to figure their own way and where they want to go, and you want to say, well, I'm coming here too, and I'm going to create my own separatist movement within a country that's already has a separatist movement. That shit doesn't make any sense. I'm going to close with Israel, brother. Israel. A lot of you guys like to use Israel. Now, Israel was, it was established, I think, in 1947 by the UN. There were already people there. So these Ashkenazi cracker Jews from Europe said, all right, we're going to take this, right? And how did that work out for them? They can't even ride the bus without worrying about getting bombed. They can't go to the park without worrying about getting rained on by rockets. They can't go to the mall worrying about if the next old hunched over Palestinian lady isn't going to pull out a Ginsu knife and start going to town on them. That's what happens when you create a colony inside of a place where people already exist. One thing that I will give Israel credit for is their security, their cybersecurity, their physical security. Now, why are they so good in security? Because they're living in a place that they're not wanted. Black Americans, before you move to America, to Africa in droves, learn from the example that our brother gave, which was Israel, and understand that, just like he said on his own website, and I'll just refresh your memories, that there's animosity. They think that we're arrogant, greedy, and what else did you say, brother? Just so I can close out and speak factually. You said that Africans, they basically have animosity for us because of our power, financial power. So you go to a place where people are poor and you go with money, you're going to create animosity. Now you create a system within a system that excludes them. Now you're looking at some other shit.
You done that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, to that point, right? That means the Chinese, Lebanese, and everything should just get the hell out of Jamaica. The Chinese and Lebanese should get the hell out of West Africa. Liberia is a country where white people can't even own citizenship, but yet on Marshall, Lebanese are building like luxury communities over there and stuff like that, and they're basically doing their own thing and everything. By that logic, that whites, there's a video just came out not too long ago where the black South Africans are saying the whites in this country want to speak their own language. They don't want to learn local languages. The Indians are coming over there. The Indians are so entrenched in Africa right now that they got networks throughout the continent. They're just not in Durban. They're in Nairobi. They're in Mauritius and all that. They're so entrenched on the African continent, doing well, made lives for themselves. They didn't sit there and say, we might get shot and everything. They're over there taking up opportunity. But it's all right for them to do that, according to Brother Nakmeezy. It's all right for them to go ahead to Africa and build and everything. But we got to sit here and basically those will say, something, if we pull our money together and act communally like everybody else, they'll become part of the Africa. If Africa's going tribal, well, we could go tribal too and meet halfway somewhere. Because if you look at what we're talking about with the Afrikstan, the main beneficiary of us being there will be local Africans. Where do you think we're going to get our food from? Where do you think we're going to get our power from, our supplies from? Where do you think we're going to get all these things like that from? So it's our building with local Africans. And out of that, and like I said, of course, we're not going to have political power, but you start by social power. Social power comes from interacting with each other, doing business with each other. And then next thing you know, people like civilized people say, hey, something? Let's basically build this thing. Let's create a win-win situation. But what you're saying is that'll never happen, even though other people could do it. You got Turks in Tanzania. You got all these people going to Africa and building communities and everything, giving to me, trading, figuring out everything. But the black man in America, right, we can't do anything in Africa because it's going to be tribal and everything like that. But that doesn't basically stop the all these places you consider war-torn. Do you know right now, how many South Sudanese are living in Australia right now? Because you got Australians now in South Sudan sucking their oil wealth out. They're the ones that's you said call me a colonizer, but they're the ones that's colonizing Africa and exploiting everything like that. If we build in Africa, the people are going to be part of what we do. That's the difference. That's why I say I'm an African nationalist, right? I'm saying like this. We're building our own communities and everything like that. I want to see the next African build their communities and we work together. That's our Pan-African. I'm not saying Pan-African. You forget who you are. I forget who I am. Who you are, your identity. Charity begins at home. You know, I'm an African American, Black American, as you always say, and everything. And the person that we go, whatever territory we build communities at right there, they're going to be part of what we do too. We're not separating ourselves from the local people. We're just saying this is our space to operate. This is where we're going to contain all our interests and everything like that, so we can keep our people safe and in one place. And I pitched that to a lot of Africans on the continent. They said, "Man, that's a perfect idea." My friend Pandini from from Namibia, he's a Namibian national. He's been listening to me for years. He said, "Man, Kala, I've been listening to you on your radio show since 2009." He said, "Man, you guys ought to come here, right? Forget trying to blend in with the local people and things, but you guys should do what the Chinese do and build your own enclaves." He goes, "We would benefit from that because we know our business will be your number one suppliers of food, services, everything like that. We would benefit because you guys have money, you could build stuff like that. So it'll be a win-win situation." I said, "I don't know much about Namibia and everything." He said, "Man, you guys ought to come down here, man. You would love it." You know, and so so I'm not just saying this, right? I had Africans over the years reaching out to me saying, "That's what you guys ought to do. When you come here, build something, build a hospital, build that. We'll benefit from it. You know, come in here on vacation, spend your money." When Black people in America go to Africa on tours, we're spending money. We're putting people to work. But Bomani will tell you, we're putting money in people's pocket. And Black America spends $80 to $100 billion a year on cruise, travel, and everything. Less than 1% of that goes to the African continent. So you're telling me that we shouldn't go to the African continent and spend some of that money and everything? And then next thing you know, if we're successful with Bomani and everybody else doing tours and everything, then somebody say, "You know something? Instead of you renting from these hotels, man, we got a hotel. We're building a new hotel. We know you guys are going to book up rooms for like this when it grows to a massive scale." That's business. That food industry benefits and everything. Infrastructure is being built and everything. That's how Dubai got built. That's how all these people got built. All we're saying is, hey, look, you know, we already do this in the Caribbean. We got African American businessmen who own hotels and everything in the Caribbean, but we don't do nothing on the African continent. So I'm saying, like,
Kala, great point. I want to make sure that we don't continue on. You made some great points, brother Nakmizi. You want to respond to some of these points?
Yes, sir. I and the thing is, I respond directly to the points. I don't just start going off on a tangent. So the brother said that he doesn't want to separate, but then he described his own things as, or in the next sentence he said that it's its own space and it would be contained. I have to go back to what he said. It is time to move forward to our homeland. Our, meaning Black Americans in the diaspora. Right there again, you didn't differentiate and say not everyone, okay? Establish an independent nation state of our own on the continent of our ancestors for the victims and descendants of slave trade, blah, blah, blah. You're talking about creating something where something is already created and it already exists. There is going to be ethnic tension. There is going to be that sense of who are these people? Who are they coming into our neighborhood, our country, doing better than us? This is Liberia 2.0, they're going to say. So if you're going to do that, you have to tread very lightly with it. It's possible. It's possible. I wouldn't want any parts of it. But that you know how things change on a continent very quickly. It can be you driving and hit some kid in the street, and then that shit can literally spark off a race riot. The shit happened in Brooklyn. It can definitely happen on the continent, especially if you're separating from the local people. If you're really talking about going back home or going forward to Africa, I think that it would be a better solution to integrate. And how you integrate is, number one, you have to make a cultural reconnection. And language is at the forefront of that. So if you're going to go back to the continent, speaking the European language and not learning the local language of the people that you want to reconnect to, but instead want to separate amongst them, it's a recipe for disaster. I'd like to take this to a back and forth session where we can have a dialogue. I think this conversation has gone pretty well because we haven't really cut each other off. I think we've established something where we can have a flow. What do you say?
I'm all for it.
All right, cool.
Now, let me respond to what you said about language, right? Mm-hmm. Language is very tricky in Africa, right? Because if you look at most African countries, right, the language that people speak, are mostly colonial language. You're talking about English, French, and all these other places like that. Angola is a Portuguese-speaking language and country, but the Angolans tell me that they want to remove Portuguese as a language. Maybe one day go back to an African language, right? But when I talk to them, they want the language of business. They want the language of the first world. They want the language that we speak here and whatnot. That's the connection they have, right? So therefore, and also education is like the bridge, education discipline is the bridge between an idea and accomplishment. Anytime you have problems, let me give you a perfect example, right? You have the state of Missouri. You got the University of Missouri, right? Some of the top educated minds, right? Missouri has all these challenges and everything. Now, how does things get built? You ever wonder why drive across this great country and things get built? Why? Because the best minds who got picked for the best colleges, right, were around people, right, that could solve the problems, right? But look at Black America, right? Look at Howard University and look at the community, right? The Black educated class were never able to use their means in Howard, wherever like that, to create opportunity for the masses of people. It's like that all over Black America. But you look at the white institutions, right? They're able to solve problems, build the highways, build the railways, build all the stuff like this because they got a clean slate to start all this stuff. Where we in this country, right? We get education is to serve white people, serve them, to be part of them, to be tethered to what they do. Okay? What I'm saying is this, though. There's people that, like, let me give you a perfect example. 10 years ago, before the 8 years ago, when the
before your example, I'd like to respond to what you said. I don't want you to just keep adding things on.
Let me say this one last point, right? Mm-hmm. Back in 2014, right? Morehouse, Spelman, all these people right here partnered with Liberia, right? And they rebuilt Tubman University, right? It was the Black fraternities went to Liberia, right? And they built the engineering thing in Maryland County, Liberia, and the Tubman University and stuff like this. And we had Black Omegas and the Black sorority Deltas built things for the local women and everything, and basically created something great in Liberia, right? Our institutions and everything. And we did it by saying like this: right now, Black fraternities, right? All the top Black fraternities have chapters in each African country. South Africa, everything. You got South Africans, a part of the alumni and everything, Liberians, everything like that. So on a higher level, people are making talking about medical systems, infrastructure systems, and everything all over the African continent. Black people working together. Now, the question I want to ask you this: why do they reach out to the Black colleges in America rather than white colleges? Why? Because they trust us. They understand, despite all our differences, as you just mentioned, right? The educated people, right, understand that we have a connection together. And that connection of building the future together is by race, because we all right,
let me jump in, brother. Is that recent that you're talking about?
Yeah, it was about 2014.
All right, 2014. Black American HBCUs lent a hand in Liberia. The AMC Church also established colleges on the continent, right?
Yeah.
All right. Can you name me one fucking African institution that did that for Black America, bro? Just one.
Can I answer that question? Right, Matt?
Yeah, it's a question.
With all due respect, right? I said earlier, right? I said Black America, right? Like I said, we're like, this is what I'm saying. Listen to this right here.
Short and sweet, because I wanna follow it up. Can you name me one African institution that did that for Black America, or we'll say even for the greater diaspora? Who did that for us?
Nobody.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm not into doing stuff for others and getting nothing in return. That's called being abused and used. In the spirit of Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism, they should also be wanting to do for our communities in America that need help. It hasn't happened. So who do you need? Who do you look to? It's me and it's you. We have to do for our communities in America, because our Black communities in America, there are many people that need our help, but Pan-Africans are jumping over our own communities to go help people who historically have had their hands out and never go in their pockets to give anything back. We're at like the 10th example of Black Americans doing stuff for Africans on the continent, and not one example of the reverse. We talk military, political, economic, and we get shit in return, bro. This is what I'm saying. Do you just want to keep getting used like a hoe? No, we have our own people that we got to worry about, bro. This is a fantasy that we have to help them. Okay, we did that. Help us. Help us. But actually, we've always been alone in it. So when I say help us, it's rhetorical. You see, the thing about Black America, we've been getting it out the mud. We don't really be reaching for handouts. And we talk about reparations, that's not handout, that's repair, and that's paying a bill that's already owed, a debt. So when you say, well, Black American colleges, they don't do anything, but then white colleges, they do something. And then in the same sentence, you contradict yourself, brother, and talk about how Black American colleges have helped on the continent. Black American colleges also help in Black communities. I went to Morgan State University, bro. We were out there. Medgar Evers College in Brooklyn, they're heavily involved in a Black community in New York City. So, what are we talking about here, bro? What are we talking about? Y'all always juxtapose and put big up the continent of Africa. But Africans ain't doing shit for Africa. They leaving. You want to go there and live there. Why? Because you want to make a connection to your culture or something like that? Bro, you can't even say culture in the African language that the people you want to connect to. You can't even say it. What is the word for culture amongst the tribe of people that you want to connect to? That's a question. How do you say culture? And first, what is the tribe, and how do you say culture in that tribe's language?
Well, first I want to answer at one point. I think you misrepresented what I said about the Black college. You made my point, but you misrepresented what I meant. I said the fact that Black colleges can't transform, but we can do a thing. I'm sorry, but I look at the communities, right, surrounding Black colleges. I didn't see any transformation. You could directly see the white colleges, right, in their white community, right, and the success. Like you say, wow, whatever they did in there, whatever they had,
what did they do again? They built roads or something.
What I'm saying is this, though. When you look at the white community, the banking system, everything like that, you go to Malibu, California. You see the top educated people and everything like that. You see the neighborhoods they have and everything, safety, security, prosperity, and everything like that. College institutions should be able to do that. Now, I did say that the Black colleges, right, they had better luck in Africa because they're not burdened by America white supremacy system.
That doesn't exist, though. What are you talking about? Burdened by white supremacy? White supremacy does not stop Black Americans from fixing their own communities, bro. Stand on that right now.
Hold on. Let's look at the Black communities right now. Look at Detroit. Look at Gary, Indiana.
Okay.
Failed cities. Now, why is it that what's the college in Gary, Indiana? Black College in Indiana. I know we have one there. And Terre Haute. I know we have one there, right? That was a place where we had the 1970 Black Nationalist Convention in Gary, Indiana. We had all this hope for Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is now an abandoned city. Detroit is an abandoned city. So in other words,
Detroit is not abandoned. It's on the come up and it's being gentrified. But what I'm saying is, brother, you keep juxtaposing the greatness of white people's activism
because it's their country. That's why.
Hold on, it's not their country. It's not their country. It's not. It's our country just as much as it's theirs. You have more political freedom. You have more economic freedom in America than you would ever have if you were in Liberia and I took away your Black American privilege, i.e., financial power that you built in America. If I strip that from you and I say, I want you to get it in Liberia, get it from the mud just based on your work, you will understand that the government has so much red tape that you socially wouldn't know where to get in, where you fit in, because you don't belong to an ethnic group. You would fail. That's a fact. You would fail because you're not connected. Stop. I know you're not about white Thanos, bro. It sounds like you saying white Thanos can do it. Our situation is different than white people in America, bro. You understand that?
I understand that. What I'm saying, Nak, is this. I'm saying the fact that we are limited. We got black people who become billionaires. We produced the first black billionaire in this country, Reginald Lewis,
right.
1987. I know that. You know, I get that. I understand that right there. But let's go back to Robert Smith, right? I said the other day, Robert Smith gave
dude.
Robert Smith gave $40 million to a black HBCU for the graduating class and everything. I think that was great, everything, And what's missing is, and I tell a lot of people, is the fact that, Robert Smith, we make our money in America, like Byron Allen and everything like that. Let's admit, even the P. Diddy, Jay-Z and everything, they're making their money with white people. They're not making it. They're not doing a come up with black people. It's not a black national, It's not an FBA thing. Let's say FBA. You can't call any of the black success in America FBA because it's part of America. Now the white people, on the other hand, they have the privilege, right, of basically going their whole life, right, having billions of dollars, right, and not have to worry about no black person, what any sort of black person thinks. Even our billionaires walk on eggshells in this country because, I don't want them to take what I got away, whatever like that, What I'm trying to say is this, and we understand, like Chris Rock said a thing in his 2004 comedy special. He said, we don't have wealth in America, right? He goes, in America, only the white man could benefit from what? Pain, right? He said, a black man, you could basically get rich in America. You could prosper in America. No, it's always been like that. We had Madam C.J. Walker. We always had prosper in America. But the moment you get out of line and somebody's hurt by it, you will be destroyed. Only the white people can get away with this and everything, And I'm saying to myself like this, and and some people will say, okay, that's fine. At least we can make it. Okay, if that's the case, then we say, okay, we're just basically saying no matter how successful we are, we're just under another race of people, And I'm saying to myself, I don't believe white man's Thanos, right? Because if I believe white man's Thanos, the white man's Thanos people basically think that even if you go to Africa, white people are going to reach over there and take your shit and whatnot, And I'm saying to myself, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. I don't believe that if we build relationships with China, and I want to know your opinion about that. Should we start building our relations with Russia, China, and all these other countries? Or should we basically be America first, where everybody else is going global? Everybody else is going global. Everybody else is like, Australia going their way and seeing what they can do. But the black person in America, we generate $1.4 trillion, right? And we get nothing of that back. 1% of that goes back to our community. That means black America is an internal colony that feeds America. All our money goes back to Walmart, through their banks and everything like that. Mexicans generate that in America, but they take billions of dollars and send it to Mexico and building resorts and towns, everything like that. Should we keep our money just going back into the American economy? Like I said, we didn't get behind cities like Gary, Indiana. We didn't build safe havens for us to invest in the Caribbean or the Carolinas, everything like that. All our money goes to Walmart, Red Lobster, and all this stuff like this, and we get nothing. I'm saying like this: if we could take 5% of our income and invest it in stocks like in South Africa indexing, have a well-developed financial system and everything, we could be on our way. We could be on our way. We cannot continue just to be tied to America and financially, socially, and everything. Because let me tell you something. To your point, right? To your point. The mainstream media, right? They completely ignore Pan-Africanism. It does not exist. It's not exist at all. Black America to the masses of white people are on. The narrative of Black America, Nakmeezy, is on your side. You know what I'm saying? Your side. And all we are is just a small fringe element of Black America saying, this, and we get beaten up for saying what we know, right? Right? Because the powers that be do not want Black people thinking globally. Malcolm X said that. They don't want you thinking globally. This right here, when we talk about building communities overseas and everything, of course that's going to, and those communities start prospering, of course it's going to garner political influence. What if celebrities start coming over and we start hosting events, international events and stuff like that? And basically people are like, oh, those are those cities the Black people in the diaspora built. That's going to change the whole world dynamic. But other people aren't afraid to take that risk. The Indians are. Do you think the Indians care about what people think about their global head? There was just recently a lady that got arrested in Texas for attacking 2 Indian ladies. And I said, where'd you attack Indians? Indians don't bother nobody. She goes, you guys are everywhere. The Indians are not slowing down. They know the fact that my office complex, right? The office complex I have my business in, right? The guy, Matthew, is an Indian guy. He told me this too. He said, the white people don't want me here. But we Indians, we stick together, pull our money together, and buy a property. He has multi-million-dollar properties, right? He even talked to me one time about going. I said, I don't want to get into real estate. But the bottom line is this. He said, man, he goes, we Indians, we just keep doing what we're doing. But the bottom line, they look at Black America, right? And basically, they understand why we have problems with it. He's a really nice guy. He gave a business to a young Black man, right? A car dealership. He said, look, you can have this. He gave it to him. He said, you worked for me years. I showed you the business. It's yours. Gave it to him. Like that. Cool guy. My landlord, my office complex landlord is a cool guy. But the problem is, right, and he knows, he goes, the Black people in America, we have our culture. We have lotteries that we put the money together and stuff like that. We work together and everything like that. We have our culture. He goes, you guys don't have that, We guys don't have that. And he admits that. He goes, his office space is cheaper than a lot of people. Most of the businesses in Virginia Beach that he owns businesses are mostly Black, because a lot of times people won't give them a lease or whatever like that. You got to pay up a year in advance. He works with people and let them get the thing. But he says, yeah, and Indians don't apologize. Now people for the first time are attacking Indians. That's unheard of. Why? Because the Indians like, okay, the cat's out of the bag. We're taking over the world. It's called an agent's called the saucy spice takeover, something like that. They talk about Asians are taking over the world, and the bottom line, why the Black man in America does not have any power and everything, we're still suffering the bulk of the hatred. We're not hated because we're successful. I'd rather be hated because I'm successful and that we've taken over shit. People hate us because they look at us collectively as failures because we're not doing what other people do. We claim we're FBAs, but there's no FBA bank. There's no FBA financial institutions. We're not helping each other. We're not doing that.
There are Black banks. There are Black banks. That's number one. Number two, I don't think that people hate us because we're failures. Those are the talking points that I'm talking about. Where like we have to have pride in what we do and what we can accomplish, not just constantly bringing up the lowest performing members of our society and saying that we're failures and no one likes us. Like that's not the truth. You said it yourself that there was a brother that was like who identified as FBA. Other people in Angola was like, yo, we want y'all here. We have the track record. We have the history of doing positive things globally. So no one hates us. Everybody has issues with, no one hates us exclusively. Like everybody doesn't get hate. You got people that hate Mexicans. You got Africans that hate other Africans. You got Southern FBA that can't stand Northern FBA. So hate and jealousy and all of that shit, that is a speed bump to progress. It's not going to stop someone's progress. Now, I don't really care what other people think about me. I don't allow that to stop my forward movement. I actually use it. And I don't like to go to the Jews, but with this shit with the Holocaust, it drives them to never let it happen again. So all of this hate, I try to turn it into positive energy so that I can move forward. When I used to get hate ass comments on YouTube, I used to do 50 push-ups. Every time somebody hated me, was writing some hateful bullshit. 50 push-ups. Make yourself physically stronger. So you got to use that hate to propel you to where you need to go. Now you mentioned something about globalism or just competing on a global scale. Absolutely. We've been doing it and we should continue doing it. I'm not saying that everything has to be tied to the continent of America. We live in a global economy. So I'm here doing it now. I'm in Europe and I'm getting money. So it's not like I can tell people not to do it. But what I won't do is come to Europe, get money, and then shit on my Black Americans who choose not to get this international money. You know what I'm saying? We have to, especially as Black people, stop picking out the lowest performing members of our society and using that as the litmus test for our people as a whole. And unfortunately, there's a growing number of foreign born people, not only Blacks, but Asians and whites, who have similar talking points about Black Americans. We're lazy, we don't do shit. And they say that ignoring the social reality of how we got there, what we went through, what we fought for, and what we've been fighting for. The Grand Master Teacher, and this is one of the few that I really love, and John Henry Clark, he said, we have no friends, bro. And at a certain point, when you don't have no friends, then you just go it alone. You're like, well, F y'all. Then it becomes Black America versus everybody. It becomes the South versus everybody. It becomes Brooklyn versus everybody. That kind of back against the wall mentality is something that we had to adapt to, because if you didn't, you would perish. So, this is something that has to be talked about. I appreciate the conversation. If anyone else wants to join, because I think the debate is essentially over. We have different viewpoints, and we let each other speak. So that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to keep beating a dead horse, but yeah.
Yeah, I want to say one thing to that.
Go on.
Knack is this about people hate, and I agree with you, right? There's people that basically take the and let me tell you something, right? Let me say something, right? When you say what you say, right? Do you know the backlash I got saying that, knowing, right, that Africans that like Black America say, you guys be great over here. We need to they know our history and everything, they know what we're capable of, right? I'm against the Negropeans who basically take the lowest common denominator of Black America and saying, why can't you do that? Detroit? You guys ain't built shit. You know what I mean? And so that makes me, it's not even, my enduring goal is not even FBA. You have your legitimate talking points. I'm not going to take that away from you, right? But these people that basically will sit back and buck dance for the Chinese, Indians, and everybody else, right? But they got such a problem while they're sitting up in America, our country, right? They're sitting up in America, enjoying the lap of luxury of America and everything. And then when they see Black people from America going to Africa, going to places like, we're welcome in South Africa. They love us in South Africa, but they get friggin' angry. Why are you in South Africa? So it's not even your country. You're from Nigeria. Why do you care about what we're doing in South Africa? They're welcoming us, right? These people that put this stuff out there, they're joining with white supremacists, right? Because it's the narrative is that Black people in America, right, and we're always going to be judged by the least among us, right? That's why they create the minstrel shows. That's why they created the slapstick and everything. That's why they put all this stuff. And still, our people produce some of the best minds. Black America produced some of the best minds in human history. We have so many patents, so many inventions. I'm so proud to be Black America. And that pride in being Black African American, Black America, as you say, is what I say, that we could be an asset to the growth of Africa if they let us, right? If they let us. And that's what I'll close with.
Salute. I love the fact that you do love your people. I would just say, when we speak about our people, we can't always use the lowest common denominator and generalize to the negative. We just have to have a real honest view about where we've come from, where we're going, and where we are now. Yeah, I want some of these commenters to click the link because,
They
matter of
won't.
fact, Panther Bamaliki, he's been mentioning me on a whole bunch of streams. But I'd like to have the conversation with you, brother. I'm not going to yell at you. Come up, let's have the conversation. Mufasa Shabazz says disagreements are basically that we should not go back to Africa or help Africans, says they are not helping us. No, you do enough, you do the same amount of business as someone does with you, right? So if I, shop at your store, but then you never shop at mine, our business relationship is over. When I went to the continent, I didn't do, oh, tell me all about your tribe. I had conversations. The moment that I saw that they weren't interested in my people, I would have stopped the conversation. But fortunately, there were just as many questions as I had for them that they had for us. So when you do cultural exchange and you have mutual interests, then that's the beginning of a working relationship. Not, we're all on a continent, we're all in the Caribbean, but then when they come here, they don't get busy for us. It's like, nah, that's lopsided, and I vehemently am against that.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And the reason why I got with Bomani, started doing Bomani, because I got taken aback by, I think, a lot of the Pan-Africanists, right? I think I'm older, right? I've been around longer. They went out there and they basically like, oh, Pan-Africa is all about just basically throwing Black America under the bus, and I want to get a new name and all this kind of stuff. That's fine. But you can never erase who you are. The Black American, the African American has a mind. Everyone has a mind. Nigerians have a mind. The Igbos have a mind. The Black African American mind is unique, and you can sit back and talk to somebody for 10 minutes, right, and find out what page they're on, right? What I found in Liberia was there's a lot of Liberians who have the same sort of worldview as Black America. When you go to Liberia, you feel like you're in Black America because they read our literature, our churches, all our culture is so intrinsic in Liberia that they basically are part of us, And so what I'm saying is this: so I understand that there's never going to be any with the Nigerian. The Nigerian does not see himself as a victim of slavery and stuff like that. That still stays in the African American mind. They don't see white people the way we do. If you look at the history of Africa, right? There's two things about the white man. The people that sold slaves on the coast, right? The white man was a good thing. He brought gifts and jubilance and everything, and that's still kept to this day, with the NGOs and everything. But to the African who was dragged across the seas, right, and through the Ma'afa, the Holocaust, right, we were victims. There's that solely disconnect where I could never understand how and understand how people can go to the continent, right, and the people that basically descendants of the people who were responsible for slavery, right, don't have any empathy for what happened, right? And then what happened? It's like, oh, white people are okay, because you didn't suffer that. The whole thing is Black America has been suffering in silence, right? And my movement and my organization was aware, because a lot of times, a lot of Africans tell me, I had no idea you guys, the assistant ambassador, the counselor from Angola, he said, man, we've thought about this, right? But he said, everything we see about Black America, y'all not interested in Africa. And when he found me and the BAL, he said, I had no idea that there's people that thought like you. He goes, we just thought you guys just wrote Africa. I said, look, most people don't. But those of us who do, let's talk. And I know it's a hard sell. I can't, most of my family sound like Nagmisi. They don't believe in what I believe in. I get that. They got good jobs, good careers, and everything like that. I can't even think about talking about visiting Africa. They go to Europe. They go to Japan. They go to Iceland. They go all these exotic places. Cancun. They constantly traveling. They got money to travel. But my one late Uncle Al, he's been to South Africa. He's been to the Robben Islands. My elder Uncle Al, he was a patriarch of the whole family. He passed away for COVID a year and a half ago from COVID in Brooklyn. And the bottom line is this: he been in South Africa. Loved it. He been to South Africa and Australia. He traveled the world and everything. He's the only one that's been to Africa besides myself. My Uncle Ronnie used to live in Ghana for decades. But for the most part, right here in my family, they're not interested in Africa. You know, I'm trying to sell this as, you know, Bomani and all these other people do tours, and I'm trying to sell this as, okay, just go over there. If you're gonna bring your credit card, you're dropping $5,000 right there. That'll create value. People say, look, these Black Americans, African Americans are spending money, you know, and that leads to economic and social and political connection. I think that's I don't think that's a bad thing. That's political leverage in America. If we have influence in Africa, then if Africa right now, Africa, like for example, I'm gonna yield the mic.
Brother Kala, before you go into another point, let me just introduce our people on the live stream and just kind of monitor and this one that everybody just get a chance to chime in on what you and Not Measy been talking about. Very deep. So go ahead, brother Abibi.
Hey, what's up, bro? You can just call me Akali. I definitely appreciate the debate. Thank you, both Brother Kala and Brother Defender of Black America.
Absolutely.
It's pretty dope to see both the points of Pan-Africanists that do want to go and settle somewhere else, and then brothers that do want to build here. You know, the only thing I would like to add is I feel that we should organize for power wherever we are. If we're going to call ourselves FBA, Black Americans here, wherever we are in this world, we should organize for power that to look out for our own interests. And I also believe we should align our interests with the interests of our group, the global Black diaspora. Anyways, thanks for the conversation.
All right, I want to
Salute,
say
bro. Salute.
Salute, bro. Let me finish my point. My point
Absolutely, brother Kala. Also, we have
before
Mufasa in.
Before Mufasa gets on, let me say this one thing. I'm gonna throw it out there.
Go ahead.
Africa just did a 360 on the world, right? It's telling the world, fuck climate change, fuck all this shit, right? That Africa is telling the world, plus that militant sister from South Africa. I don't know really much about her, but she basically told Blinken, go to hell. You know, they said, if you guys want us to do climate change, we want $1.2 trillion, or shut the hell up. If that, they said, since you're stalling on that, Europe doesn't have, right? The African country, Congo, say, okay, India, the lithium, you want to do that? Let's get this up. You know what Africa said? Fuck the planet. You know, I'm loving this. They're saying, fuck the planet. We're going to fucking develop, whether you like it or not. All these climate change accords, everything like that. Africa said, we don't have no damn industries. We need jobs. We need everything. We're going to freaking develop, whether you like it or not. And what I'm saying is this, though, when it comes down to political power, what do we, like the people say, stay out of African affairs and everything, right? If I'm saying like this, and I'm an asshole, right? If I have the influence to tell Black America, look, they're fucking with Africa, they're fucking with our mother continent, right? Don't vote for them, right? That will give us something to vote around. But what they did was over the last couple elections is give us what do we vote on? Racism, white supremacy, racism. Like I was telling my brother Nack Measy, I said, Black people, even though I don't think racism is big of a problem as people say it is, right? They're going to keep flooding you with racism, everything like that. And they say what they do is get to the polls. George Floyd happened right now. Black people were going to sit home in the last election. They bombarded Black people with all this. Like, this is what it is. So that's the only thing we have politically is get to the polls to fight racism. It don't go away. More people being killed under politically since Biden's been elected. But we can't say nothing about Joe Biden. I'm saying that if we had something other than America, sometimes it's just what you believe in, what you're passionate in. If we say, you know something, I support this African initiative to say screw climate change, everything. And the bottom line, if that's a consensus among Black America, right? That's dangerous, right? And the Democrats or whoever says we're going to sanction Africa, well, guess what? You ain't going to vote. There will be a political upheaval in this country like you've never seen because they don't have a control of vote. Right now, they control the Black electorate. Every last single Black electorate in America is chosen by the Democratic establishment and everything. We're the only group of people, right, who are congressmen could stay in office for 60 years. In the white communities, even in the Mexican community, they change congressmen like they change under. It's supposed to be 2 years. You know, Congress is supposed to keep flipping, you know, to changing times. Black congressmen are put there by the white liberal establishment. Because I'm from New York, I remember the war between the black power structure and everything, and the white liberal establishment, Automatics and C. Vernon Mason, all of them back in the days. You know, these people practice racism, white supremacy, and everything under the guise of liberalism, and now it's spread throughout the country. You know, so we're 45 million people with no political power, right? And so we have nothing to vote on, right? But if we did say, you know, something, you know, like, let me give you a perfect example. I'm gonna land with this. In the 1980s, Ronald Reagan vetoed the sanctions on South Africa. Black people, or Nat probably remembers, he was around that time. We galvanized on black colleges, campuses, everything, every politician, right? And we had that Sun City thing, whatever, you know. And we said to every politician, you're gonna friggin' override that veto. And even Republican, we overrode President Reagan's veto and put sanctions on South Africa, and he crushed South Africa. And a couple of years later, Mandela was elected president, right? They don't want that to happen again because we were passionate about what we saw in South Africa. Has it been reciprocated? Well, Nelson Mandela invited a lot of black businesses over. There's a lot of black businesses. People went over there and made millions of dollars. Whitney Houston, a lot of black businesses went over there. He reciprocated. He gave black people enterprise zones from America and stuff like that, you know. But he's right. The rest of the continent has never really happened. So that's what I want to say.
Yeah, what's going on? So I listened to what you guys said. My thing was to Nakmeezy because it doesn't really seem like there's that much real disagreement. Other than when I look at him like kind of picking apart the About Us section on the BAIO, but the main issue is you disagree with that exact strategy. But my thing is, do you disagree with people going to Africa and building? Like, does that contradict, regardless of the fact that you could pick it apart and maybe come up with a better way to do it, in terms of you saying, you know, Kala saying that we should build enclaves. You're saying that we should build, you know, we should integrate. Other than you disagreeing, you know, and picking apart the strategy, do you disagree with black people going back to Africa to build?
I have built something in Ghana myself, right? But I didn't do it at the expense of Black America. We can talk and we can walk and chew gum, right? My issue is basically a lot of these people saying that Africa is the only answer, jumping over their own people at home that need help, and the upliftment of a people that they are not connected to. When I say they're not connected to, we all know and we all speak about the disconnect. Culturally, linguistically, phenotypically, and geographically, we are disconnected to the continent. So to have that reconnection that a lot of people want to do is going to take a lot of work. There's a group of people that need that help. And those are our own people in America. And guess what? We don't have to do all of that reconnection work because we're already reconnected. So I think you get a better bang for your buck when you start at home, as opposed to forgetting about home and going to a continent just for, you know, because that's where our forefathers came from.
All right. So if we're not saying forget about your home, if we're not disrespecting, throwing African Americans under the bus in order to sell Africa to you, do you have an issue with Pan-Africanists outside of those issues where you're directly, because I don't agree with people directly attacking, I don't like that either. And Kala doesn't, Kala's critical, right, across the board equally with all the black race, right? But some people are specifically going harder on us and downplaying everything we do and kind of upplaying. I don't agree with that. But I'm asking you, because this is the issue I'm seeing. I see everybody, it's like open season, people attacking Pan-Africanists, attacking essentially the idea of your tribe mates, right? Saying, let's get global, let's do some things outside of this continent, let's build, let's expand, let's use the strength of our dollar to take advantage of opportunities outside of here. I don't see how that does anything other than make us great. That makes us even greater if we're doing things in other places. So I want to know if outside of that specific issue of people throwing our people under the bus, if it's a Pan-Africanist that's not doing that, what is your issue with those people?
Well, look, I think Pan-Africanism as an ideology is a failed ideology. That's number one. What Black people who have free will choose to do with their time and money is not my concern. It becomes my concern when they say they're going to go to Africa and they, on their way to Africa, they throw shots at Black America. And a lot of them throw shots at Black America, from Black America, and talk about going to Africa and never go. Those are my issues. I have very good ties and connections in Ghana amongst one ethnic group. It's called the Ga people. And those ties were created through boxing, right? So I couldn't tell someone that not to make a connection on the continent, but I would say that make the connection based on tangibles. You know, so if it's business, I would expect for you to have business acumen before you go to the continent. If it's farming, I'd expect you to know how to plant a potato at least before you go to the continent. If it's just Black nationalism and Black empowerment, I'm going to tell you that you are going to have a rude awakening when you go to the continent, expecting continental Africans to think like us. So what I am is just a reality check.
Now, when you say Pan-Africanism is a failed ideology, I mean, with the position of Black people, or we'll just stick to Black Americans, with the position of Black Americans relative to pretty much every other ethnic group that isn't Black, right? Couldn't you say that we're like most of our ideologies have failed? Like Pan-Africanism is a project. It's something we're working towards. Just because it's not exactly where we want it to be, I just don't understand how we're going to call it a failed ideology. And if this is a failed ideology, what's the successful ideology amongst Black people?
Well, the successful ideology for me would be to focus on your own ethnic group, right? So successful for Jamaica would be to focus on Jamaicans. So if we have issues in our own communities, right, we all know the issues that face Black America. I think working on that is a successful ideology and a plan. Now, I do this, and what I call it like the top 5 dead or alive. Like I have a couple of communities in Western Pennsylvania that I'm dealing with right now. I don't want your Pookies and Ray Rays. I want the shining stars in the hood. You know, when I speak to a bunch of young Black kids, I'm looking for the one who's making eye contact, who's asking questions, who when after we finish talking comes up behind me and says, yo, starts asking questions about specific things. I'm not about pissing in the ocean, right? So I understand that the strategy has to be streamlined. I call it the sniper method versus the buckshot method. I can't save everybody. So what I do is I try to see those who have the greatest potential, prioritize them, and then the Pookies and Ray Rays. If there's a Pookie that has potential, then I'll deal with them. I do it all the time because today's Pookie can be who? Tomorrow's Malcolm X. And by today's standards, people have called Malcolm X a Pookie. So we have so much on our plate amongst our own people that we don't have the time or resources to be trying to work over there. And then there'd be a whole getting to know each other process. And at the end of the day, your people's houses are on fire back home, and you're trying to put other people's houses on fire that you have no connection to.
Now, is there a name for that? Because you kind of went into your ideas going forward. I think what I'm trying to do is, because people are saying Pan-Africanism is a failed ideology, right? But my point is that every ideology and everything we've tried thus far, like since our fall, has been failing. We're a project in the works, is what I'm trying to point to. So does your ideology or that plan that you just explained have some type of name? And if it had a name, couldn't I say that it's also a failed ideology because it hasn't succeeded yet?
I see what you're saying. And it's almost like you're trying to label it so that you can pick it apart. I would say, if you're going to critique it, critique what I said. Tell me that it's wrong to reach out to the young man who's paying more attention in a group of other young men. Tell me that it's wrong to then say, out of the lowest performing young men, who has the most interest and potential that can be helped. Tell me that's wrong. Don't look for a name so you can classify it as an ideology and ignore the actual process. So I'm not about ideologies. I think black people, waste their time pontificating, mental masturbating, and talking and jaw jacking about what we can do because we're all woke, right? Black people been woke and staring at the ceilings. Once you wake, it's time to get active. I'm active. So once, all the mental masturbation and what is this ideology and this and that, I know that Pan-Africanism is a failure for me because there was no return on the investment. And you can only do business with a people that does the same amount of business as you. Black has no significance on a continent full of black people that don't identify as black, but identify as their ethnicity. We are the blacks because we don't have any single ethnicity to identify as. So we embrace that. So those are my direct people. Now, being of African descent, I don't have time to be reconnecting and getting to know each other and trying to work out this honeymoon when I already have a relationship that needs to be saved. So forget the name of the ideology and just look at the work and the direction.
No, but I was criticizing. I'm criticizing, like I'm countering the critique on Pan-Africanism. That was really what I was trying to do, more so than pick apart. I'm saying that that's to say that something's a failed ideology while it's a project in motion. That's what I'm saying, is that doesn't make any sense. That's the point I was trying to get to. And then to go to your point of us not getting a return on our investment, like you can't, when you give charity, you don't give charity and expect a return. If you put an investment down with a clear plan to get your money back, right, then you should get the return on that investment. And we need to change our strategy. We can't just be always doing charity all the time. People that aren't, they're not going to give us back what we want with that charity. Or if you do charity, you need to make an agreement to get whatever specific return that you want. I'm sure you're getting a return on whatever investment you're making in Ghana because you're specifying out that I want this return or I want this. Do you want to do that? If we're not making clear guidelines, how can we use that and say, oh, it's a failure because we sent money to some war-torn country and we didn't get a return on our investment? What return are you expecting? For them to give you charity back that they can't afford to give?
No, I'm not worrying about charity, brother. What I'm saying is that spirit of wanting to help other black people, right? Because we are under Pan-Africanism ideology, or most of them, is that we are connected, right? Connected through what? Experience. My experience as a Black American is different than the experience of someone who never left the continent. My experience as a Black American has more to do with white supremacy, economic inequality, and things of that nature that you would have as someone living as a Black minority amongst white people. That's a totally different experience from someone on a continent whose issues are caused by people that look like them, colonialism and all that. So we can't connect on that. So then what does it become? A connection on color. And like I said, color means nothing if everyone is the same color. So now, when I say it's a failure, and I see you, brother, I'm gonna land real quick. When I say it's a failure, I'm talking about historically, right? Like the BAIO website says that it's only Africa, that they want to establish an independent nation state of their own on the continent. Okay, that's cool, but there's already people there. You see what I'm saying? So when I say I focus on my people, I can sleep well at night focusing on my people. No disrespect, no hate for the other people, but they're just not my people. And I'd ask you this before I land: who do you look up to as your favorite Pan-Africanist?
Mufasa?
Yeah, Mufasa.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Garvey.
Garvey.
Oh, I thought it was me, man.
No, it was.
I
Yeah.
was going to say the brother that wrote
it was
Black
Garvey.
Power, but I keep forgetting his name.
All right, what did Garvey tangibly produce?
The UNIA. The UNIA. He sold dolls to the community. We could just stick with that.
Okay, well,
he sold black dolls, and he, to help with the self-esteem of, you know, the young girls in our community.
I think that's very noble, right? How has that pushed us forward?
No, I think that led to the Black Power movement and the awareness of what white people did to us psychologically to break our self-esteem down. So that helped us. That was a step in our journey to get us to the point where we are now. Like when you go to some of these, you know, countries that didn't have those type of situations, you see like much harsher self-hate, much more skin bleaching, much more, you know, some of the things I've heard you.
So now, hold on, brother. You said it was black dolls that went to greater self-esteem, but then you almost end with the fact that we still have self-esteem issues. So that was a failure.
No. But I'm saying
that was a failure.
We have to.
But Black America is a failure. Then, you know.
Wait. But and that's hold on, brother. Hold on. If it's a failure, or that it needs help, then you help what you are connected to. Black America needs help. Black America, while we have a lot of successes, if you sit back and sing your praises and you ignore your shortcomings or opportunities for improvement, you're doomed to keep repeating that failure. I'm going to focus on my people first, foremost, and forever, not this global African thing when those people need to deal with their stuff. Your people, you know, supported Biafra. What happened? They wasted their money. Biafra never happened, and it will never happen.
Well, no, they were supposed to. People, Biafra had a big, millions of people were starving. My parents were sending money, or the church was raised a lot of money for Biafra. It was people starving.
That's charity. Like, you're not expecting them to give it back.
Yeah, so they say, oh, we're giving to Biafra, you know? I remember when I was a kid, my father, we were so skinny, and my father was like, y'all like a bunch of Biafrans, you know? We come in for the house, y'all like a bunch of Biafrans, y'all better eat something.
Well, look, like I said, Pan-Africanism is a failed ideology, and none of you can give me.
Let me ask you a question.
Wait, hold on, because Abibi wanted to talk. I'm waiting for the tangibles where Pan-Africanism has actually propelled Black people globally to a better position.
Nat, can I ask you a question? You were around in 1988, right? You're around 1980. We were politically in 1988, right? You remember when Dukakis was running? You remember that?
Yep.
Okay, you remember this is what I need to understand. The people that say Pan-Africanism was a failure, right? Okay, let's talk. In 1988, right, we had the Tawana Broad situation going on. You had a war between Al Sharpton, Alton Mack, C. Vernon Mason, and the white political establishment with Bob Abrams, Mario Cuomo, and everything like that. The Democratic Convention was going to be held in Atlanta. Al Sharpton said they're going to boycott the Democratic election. Some people say they're just trying to gain power for themselves. Who knows, right? But anyway, well, what people didn't understand was a lot of Black people at that time thought they had arrived, right? Dukakis said that if I win, all these Black businesses and everything would get minority set-asides and all this stuff like this, right? But along comes somebody named David Duke, right? David Duke. And David Duke was basically saying what Black people, you agree that Black people were owed something. We had Black people who were locked out of city contracts, businessmen, and everything. Said they want a piece of the pie, minority set-asides, all stuff like this, right? David Duke took that to white America and saying Black people are getting undeserved contracts and everything like this, right? And this is what happened, right? We had the Willie Horton ads and everything like that, right? And even after Dukakis lost, right? White America was going around, basically white racists were going around saying, Black people, how dare they want things. Now, usually everybody think the problem with the Pookie and Ray Ray, but that was a direct shot at the Black upper class, middle class, everything, right? The Black conservative. We were locked out because of racist laws, right? And we said we wanted in. And so the Democrats abandoned us. They picked Bill Clinton and Al Gore, two Southerners, and they went around, they abandoned everything Black America was fighting for. They had the Sister Soldier incident when now Sister Soldier was trying to tell Bill Clinton about himself. We basically threw Sister Soldier under the bus, right? To be with Bill Clinton, the first Black president and all stuff like this. And the black, in other words, the black political structure, right, completely collapsed in America. There was no more affirmative action, jobs set aside. There was none of that stuff like that. Black money for black colleges, all that stuff, because they said if we lobby for you, the white people were going to do it, and the white people were turning so racist against us, right, that they were hemorrhaging white votes, right, that Joe Biden came up with this crime bill to get the white people to come back to the Democratic Party, put black people back in their place. So the Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, all these people threw black people under the bus, threw our future under the bus and whatnot, you know? And now, so you had a generation of black people who didn't work. Then they passed NAFTA, put millions of jobs overseas and everything, sending jobs to China and all stuff like this. Our cities collapsed, everything like that, under the watch and the stamp approval of so-called the black political class. Now, these same people, like I told Bomani, want to sit here and talk about how Pan-Africanism failed.
Well, I don't know about the same people because I've never been a Democrat, but I'd like to let BB ask this question though. Let's be good brothers and let the brother ask his question, please. No, well, we'll talk about that later, but let the brother BB ask his question, please.
Hey, what's up, family? Again, I love the conversation. I love hearing black people talking about black stuff because, you know, I'm in Lincoln, Nebraska. We don't get that too much. I do want to ask, though, like, what is the definition or your definitions of Pan-Africanism? Because also I feel that the disconnect comes through us having different definitions for what Pan-Africanism is. Some to I just Googled it. It's one definition was like the political advocacy or the idea of African people uniting politically. And another definition I seen something along the lines of Pan is all, Africanism is things that are African. So I guess, what are you guys' Kala and what is your name, brother? Or do you just go by the
Mufasa?
Defender?
Mufasa.
Oh, Nakmeezy. I have a channel too. It's Nakmeezy, Nakmeezy.
Okay, brother Meezy, yeah. So what is your definition of Pan-Africanism? And then Kala, what is your definition of Pan-Africanism? And this is to determine if it's a failed ideology.
Well, there's many different ideologies under Pan-Africanism. Some say you have to move back to Africa, but then they'll say that you don't have to move back to Africa. Some say that, we're all connected and we have common interests, goals, and struggles that we have to work together to overcome. I think that tends to be the general consensus amongst what Pan-Africanism is. And in that regard, I call it a failure.
How about this? Let me share what the views of what, because all the things that we've been doing it based on what we're looking to do. Pan-Africanism for me, and for what we're doing as far as our business, Africa for the Africans and Black Star Pan-African community and any of the business and things that are working together with other people, is basically simple for me. Me as a Black person born in Jamaica, living in America, traveling all over the world to a lot of different countries in Africa, I see it as a simple thing. We don't do enough business with each other. So people like myself push the love, the energy of Pan-Africanism to encourage us to do business with each other. And so from that, becoming real good at it to where we can build an African nationhood. And that's where me and Kala connect with. So it's we're gonna have our cultural difference. Myself, the food I like to eat is, ackee saltfish. Some of the things that, then I try to embrace some of the other food, but it's like it's what it is. You're accustomed to what you grew up in your culture. Just like, so I carry some of those same things. It's like I even have a U.S. Navy culture, and I know people like, what the hell is that? And I have an aviation culture. It's a culture where most of the people that I've grown up with from high school to now, all of us are in some level of the world, aviation and things like that. But the common thing that we all have together as a people is a Pan-African energy where we can connect and do business as a people and begin to find a way how we can create companies to compete with the likes of other nations in the world. But as far as this, if we do anything else, I see personally, we're not really competing against a global world system. I mean, how do you compete with China if you're just a group of folks in America or a group of folks in Africa? We're seeing the African continent being dominated by the Asian and Arab powers of the world. So try not to keep too much division. So if nothing else, man, if we don't grow nothing else, like let's get some money together, let's do some business together. And then the things that other things would naturally connect together, like the community we're building in Ghana. I have 2 Americans at the office, and they're doing a whole bunch of public relations. And we're trying to figure it out. But I also have people here in America, here in Georgia, that I spend time working in their organization. We're working together, and sometimes you are spreading yourself a little bit, but at the same time, too. I recommend people work where you can work at. If you can focus more working on what we need to work on in America, perfect. So when I get things establishing in countries like Ghana and Liberia and I'm set up, I want to reach out to someone here in America and say, hey, let's do some import export. Let's build a legacy together. I mean,
why you don't focus on Jamaica though, brother? Like you don't do anything. You don't even want to talk about Jamaica. Why?
Well, I appreciate the conversation because I feel like I looked at Marcus Garvey as someone that inspired me, because he could have easily just focused on Jamaica. But what me and him look at is a Pan-African world. I can work with yourself, Kala, and even people that I'm working with in Ghana. And trust me, family, I'm not saying it's easy. It is a world of experience. But at the same time, too, I can say that we're doing a lot better than we were 15 years ago and things like that. So we're covering new grounds to encourage a world of us doing business together. And Jamaica, yes, Jamaica is always most of what I do in Jamaica, most of what we talk about is Lalo. I don't. But the reason I sacrifice that energy is that way I don't get on this ego tripping like when we had the brother from Nigeria and Sierra Leone. All they talk about was Nigeria and Sierra Leone. So that's why, brother. I've been one of the brothers like let me hear about where you're from. Let's work together and figure some stuff out. I know what my people are about. I can find some good ones, but I'm limited. And that's ultimately where it comes from, brother. I'm very limited when it comes to Jamaica. A beautiful.
So okay, now let's have the conversation, Bomani.
Sure, go ahead.
Under Pan-Africanism, right? It's about global Black people.
Yes.
You have a direct connection culturally to Jamaicans. Why skip those Jamaicans who need help? We know the problems in Jamaica, and then you jumping over to Africa. You have to. Why? I mean, I just want to know because you mentioned struggles and challenges. What are the struggles and challenges that you can't overcome helping your own people, your own nationality?
All right, let me answer. First of all, like I mentioned to you, I don't just consider myself this. I consider myself a stolen African. That's the number one thing. And at the same time, too, even though you're born in Jamaica, one of the thing is when you have to make a move somewhere else to get a better life, you also not just like, okay, just focus on where you're from. The goal ultimately is to move my family right there on our Black Star Pan-African community land. So in order to do that, I got a whole bunch of things I got to get in place. And the reason why you're looking to do that is to build us a headquarters, a base of operations where we can do business more with our own people, which is Black people in, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, America, wherever. We consider ourselves a global people, and I appreciate my family for giving me the opportunity to travel at an early age, and I'm joining the U.S. Navy, and then learning about Marcus Garvey, and moving from different parts of the States. All that created my world of just being more than just a local person. And I'm a person that embraces people from different places of the world. So for me, some people may never understand that, why I don't just talk about Jamaica. And then I also have a lot of Jamaicans in my group as far as Black Star Pan-African community, and people have traveled with me, and they've shared the same ideology that they want to be, they want to establish an energy in Africa and connect more with their people from the Caribbean. I mean, you're talking about ships, import, export. And that's why I love the fact that Marcus Garvey was out there relevant and sharing with people an energy. And even though he may not have achieved all of his goals, he laid a foundation where people like myself have been able to jump on that energy in my 20s. And, people just give us a little time, we may shock the world and show people what we're able to get accomplished, and things like that. So my goal is to make sure that we have a base of operation for our people, especially from the African diaspora who want to do things in Africa, because I realize that a lot of us are trying to do things in Africa and we run into a lot of roadblocks, whether it's cultural or whether it's dealing with people that's taking advantage of us. So
do you deal with cultural roadblocks in on the continent?
Absolutely. And I look at myself as a person that's into business support, to where you're providing, we provide Africa tour service, and also that's another service to repatriation and things like that. And some people may say you're into the world of business to make money from doing this, and people can judge it whichever way they want to judge it. I tell people most of the accounts I have, the recipient on the other side of that account is a Black person, and it's a lot of money that we're moving around for the last 16 years and creating business. And you're creating this global enterprise. It's a little bit different from people. Like I said, some people need to focus more on the local energy of where they're from, where they're at, because they're more productive that way. But then you have some people may have to do a little bit, take it to another level. And let me not even keep on talking. Let me just let someone else talk and share.
Yeah,
But
I just wanted to mention.
I want to share my point of view about.
Mufasa was waiting.
Okay. Well, I thought I was up next.
But yeah, that means if you have anything to share with what I just said. Before.
No, I mean, I appreciated your response to my thing, but just under what the general consensus of Pan-Africanism is, I just don't understand why people would ignore the Black people, according to you guys, the Africans in Jamaica, the Africans, air quotes, in America, to deal with Africans that you don't even know. Like you don't get Akian salt fish in Ghana unless it's cooked by a Jamaican. You understand what I'm saying? So there's Jamaicans in Jamaica that need help. There's land that you can purchase in Jamaica. There's a whole bunch of people there that need your help. That's what I'm saying. I'm applying my Black American principle to you. I'm not saying you can't do it in Africa, but I'm just saying that
you're not ignoring them. I think the bigger thing that most people are never looking at is the fact we're creating a global empire. And I'm not trying to compare ourselves to China, but China knows the amount of ethnic damn group that is in China. All I know is that, not saying I agree with their whole communist principle, I disagree, because it's not a situation where I even care about agreeing or disagreeing. I look at other nations and see what they're doing, and all I see is them organizing and working out their different tribal situation and becoming more of an economic power and doing some level of business with each other. The Chinese on the Chinese, not in the continent, because they are not the Chinese in the homeland China, and then the Chinese that's all over the damn place, where I don't think any of us have been anywhere we didn't see a Chinese restaurant or a Chinese store or a group of Chinese. They're plotting on how they're going to do development.
Brother, I got to go to my lawyer's office, so I'm going to click off and then I'm going to listen with my cell phone. But thank you for having me here. I appreciate it, brother. Maybe I'll tap back in. It was for the most part a very respectful conversation. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully y'all still rocking when I could tap back in. All right, peace.
Oh, absolutely, brother. Appreciate your energy. That's good, brother.
Bro. Good conversation.
Peace.
But yes,
I wanted to address that too, because there's a dichotomy, like it's either you stay and help your people where you at, or you go to like there is no dichotomy. Like you know what I mean?
A little bit of everything, right?
Yeah, you could do both. But see, this is the thing though. I've been wanting to say this because what's happened. So Kala, like he said on the last show, I've been listening to Kala since since college. It's been over probably 15 years or something. Back in the Blog Talk Radio days. So I found Kala because I looked to my left and right. I didn't know anything about Africa or anything. And I seen that we were having issues here as Black Americans. Then I started to look into why that might be, right? Then that led me to some of the thought leaders and the people in our history who are trying to solve our issues as Black American people, right? And it led me down a path of Pan-Africanism because I said, okay, we're a minority group here in America. And then when I look at how these problems were created, it was all these nations in Europe coming together, invading Africa, invading the rest of the world, working together as one. And I seen everyone ganging up against blacks. That's what I noticed. This is years into me doing this study. And then I start to take on the idea of Pan-Africanism. I couldn't name you one African city. For most of the time I was a Pan-Africanist. I couldn't name one African city. I didn't really know any African people. Most of African people in my city were like East African, Somali, and stuff like that. I didn't know anything about any of that. So to paint it as if I'm doing Pan-Africanism because I just want to go help Africans. No, I'm doing Pan-Africanism because Black people have a political issue that will be better served if we worked all together as one. This is the idea of Pan-Africanism. It's not about like, you know, just trying to help Africans, trying to go over there and just learn the culture just for the sake of learning it. And I think what's happening now with this conversation is being steered in a different way. Because Kala Genesis, Mufasa Shabazz, Bomani Tyehimba, we were all studying, and then in our studies, we bumped into each other down the road of our studies. And through our ideas as Pan-Africanists and listening to the people we listen to, we started to discuss Africa. And now we started to more explicitly discuss Africa, mentioning the countries, mentioning all these different things. As we explicitly discuss Africa or countries, we'll mention Nigeria and things we could do there. Then a Nigerian that has not went down the same path, is not conscious, has not read these things, doesn't know these things. They just know about Nigeria and they hear us say Nigeria. Now they jump into the discussion, thinking only about their local area. And that's why I wanted to ask Nakmizi about, because I know he knows more, he thinks more globally than that. But when he's mentioning it, this dichotomy as if it's just either you stay at home or and help your own, or you go help someone else. No, it's bigger than that, because our issues are bigger than just what's happening in your one home. But now we got people in the conversation that aren't coming from that mentality, and it's something we got to start pointing this out, because we're arguing with small-minded people that are only thinking about their one country, their one family, their one household.
I'm with you on that, brother. I'm with you on that. And that's why we're trying to get people to understand that, yes, I love my family in Jamaica. I love my family in Brooklyn, New York. I live in Georgia. I left when I was 18 years old. And I was like, in the world to greener pastures and build careers. And now I'm like, let's do something for our people and let's work together and figure it out. Yes, I could have just stayed in the U.S. Navy, or I could have stayed in the airlines and worked that aircraft maintenance career and whatever. So when people ask me these questions, I tell them, well, yes, you can do that, but it's like I'm inspired by Marcus Garvey. I'm inspired by someone who sacrificed a lot to give to us, and you know, and that what he have given has inspired the world, and has continued a fight. And we're still in the situation where we put more of our resources together, we can really compete with the likes of the rest of the world. I mean,
but let me jump in. How y'all doing, fellas?
Welcome to the call, brother. Go ahead and
I just want to wait till the brother left, because I didn't want to come on and say nothing disrespectful. But I mean, I agree with what he said, but he has to also look at the fact that my family comes from Georgia. We left Georgia in the early 1940s. We ain't been back since. We built all our wealth and we bought all our homes, and we worked for the steel mills and the car manufacturers in the Midwest, and we never went back to Georgia. People migrate, period. We always migrate for what? Economic advantages. So now we're talking and doing something global. We're not necessarily talking about shitting on America. We've done great things here, period. Period. But now, what do? Other nations, like you said, are global. Whether they doing it as a nation state, or they doing it as just groups of individuals from that nation state, they're going all over. And they're becoming a global power quietly. But something is wrong when we do it. So I agree with the brother. If he wants to make his fortune in Europe and then, come to America with that and help, he could come to Chicago, West Side, and let's him help some of the brothers there. Help some of the Pookie and Ray Rays in my neighborhood, and we'll see how far he gets with that.
Yeah, and like I said, go ahead. Let me ask you a question, right? I laid it out, right? While we got in the situation, our Black political class saw the the tsunami of white racists in the late 80s. After that South Africa boycott, white America didn't look at us the same thing. We had the Cosby Show. These people are rising too fast. Yeah. And there was this backlash, white backlash that was severe. We're still suffering from this, right?
Yeah, we are.
We had George Bush got elected, then Bill Clinton. The only reason why Bill Clinton won is because we had Ross Perot. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember Ross Perot.
Had it not been for that, George Bush would have got 2 terms. White America, basically, that's okay. Ross Perot, even they sort of backed off. But there was this racist, red wing. David Duke was the star of white America at the time.
Yeah, he was. He was a superstar, actually.
He was a superstar. And so we basically gave up. We threw our future, my generation, the coming of age. That's why we had Tupac Shakur. That's why we had all these things. That's why we got into gangster
That's
rap.
That's why we had X-Clan.
That's why we had X-Clan. All these other people saying, what the fuck, man? We didn't know who we were. We didn't know who we were. And so the bottom line is this: America took a huge shit on us. They took a huge shit on Black America and said, "Yo, fuck y'all," and they basically said, "Yo, they left us out to dry." Of the crime bill, the crack epidemic, and everything like that. And now suddenly everybody wants to sit back and talk about, oh, we got to do it right here and everything like that. If Russia,
we could do it wherever we land. Wherever we go, we can do it.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if Putin came and said, "Look, I got $100 billion for you Black people," I didn't say that much, right? I got land, territory, money. I say we take that shit.
Hell yeah, I would take it.
We should take that shit. We have no.
I'm not scared of I'm not scared of Russians.
States of America. You know what I'm saying? So
we can fight. We can fight amongst the best of them. We world class when we put in a situation. So the way I look at it is, we could go anywhere we want to go.
We go anywhere we want. I'm sick and tired of being chained to this thing called America. Right? We take America, like I said.
Hey, bro, better hope that we don't decide to come to Europe.
Oh yeah, man. You go to Europe, we'll take that shit too, man. Shit. The bottom line is
we'll start from the Pookie and Ray from the underworld, because we'll come over there and rule them, and then we'll be like the Italian mafia.
It takes out. They were like, no. They'll pay for our passage back to Africa. They'll say,
of course.
We got trillions of dollars here.
They're gonna be like, oh, we go put y'all in jail. Well, we'll run the jail houses.
I mean, my point is this though. What I was trying to get at, I'm like China. We see them investing in all these different economies, sending their people all over the world. Yes. Now, if I go to China, am I going to find a bunch of people saying, "No, don't do that. Don't. That's stupid. Oh, that's dead. Don't you get what I mean? What?
Yeah,
what is the point? Black America, we got we're doing. And what might happen and whatnot. What aboutism shit?
But I'm just saying, if you're supposed to be a native, we're supposed to have this nativist movement, right? We're supposed to be FBA, all of this. If FBAs are going around the world expanding their empire, why are they speaking against that? They should.
That's
be
what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand.
Well, most of those folks, I realize, and I'm sure you all realize it as well, they're not as well traveled. That's all. And then when they do go places, they look at these places through an American lens. And from that, they feel discomfort, and then they want to run back to America. That's pretty much what it is.
Do you think it's that, or the fact that a lot of people are just frightened by they think that basically any sort of connection with Africa would devalue? If they really claimed America as their country, they wouldn't be threatened by us talking about Africa.
Right. You're right. Actually, you shouldn't even be. Actually, look, Kala. Technically, they shouldn't even be in these conversations.
Yeah, if you're really secure about America, right?
To be honest with you, they shouldn't even be in these conversations. They should be in their conversations on rebuilding and providing support and aid to these American cities, right, and to the people in these cities. Then I ain't got no problem with them. I could work hand in hand because I feel that too.
Go ahead. You're from Chicago, right? Tell us about Gary, Indiana. The city.
Yeah, I'm right next to Gary. I go to my son works in Gary. My son is a truck driver as well as I'm a truck driver. We're trying to get our company together. He works out of Gary, and I work right next to Gary. So we know Gary well. Gary is finished. And now if they want to come and do something with an American city, well, you could start they could pretty much buy all of us on this panel could probably put enough money together to buy all of Gary.
Yeah, I'm all for that. Now,
okay, so if we want to revitalize or regentrify, we can regentrify, but make it a black version. and take over Gary.
Now,
And all we
here's
gotta do is bring in the right
out.
Pookies and Ray Rays to run the Pookies and Ray Rays that's over there out of there, and we can have all that land for basically nothing.
This is what I'm saying. If the FBAs were serious about doing something that said about we want a reparations check, that's their enduring goal, a reparations check. If they were talking about we're going to build Gary, they even stopped the Yvette Carnel's and all the people even said do for self, build a block is counterproductive, because when you start talking about do for self and like that always leads to Pan-Africanism. You know, that's always leads to Pan. So they said, no, we can't do for self. Yeah, the do for self fail with that. We need the government involved in us. We need reparations and all stuff like this. So black people over the last 5 years stop using the pro-black apps or buy black and all stuff like that. Oh, that's stupid. That's stupid. They call themselves FBA ADOS, but they completely abandoned all the things that would have made FBA ADOS relevant and prosperous. To do for self, to buy black and stuff like this. You know, let's shop in black neighborhoods. Let's buy back the block and all stuff like this. And so since they don't want no part of building Black America, right? They got a problem with people saying, well, you know something, let's build in Africa if we have the opportunity.
Yeah. My thing is, like I agree with what Bomani said, and we've already been doing a little bit of that, is global trade. Right now we're just doing arts because, you know, we don't have the type of artists that we have like we have on the continent, because here, you know, I went to art school for a little while, and when we come up with different type of art from a black experience, and you gotta get graded by European instructors, they usually fail you because you don't have that same eye as they do, so they don't understand the way we do art. So you go to Africa. I as soon as I got there and seen those guys doing art, I identify with it. I mean, instantly. So all that about, you know, we just not knowing and this and that. Yeah, when you don't know, you don't know. But then the minute I went to Africa that first time, I connected instantly, and I realized where I get all this stuff from. And now I wonder why the American instructors were shitting on my art. It wasn't the fact that my art was terrible or nothing like that. They just didn't understand it. Now I know where it came from, because I get to the continent and I identify when I get to those museums. Me and Bomani talked about it a bunch of times. We go to those different museums. We just in love. The art is phenomenal. So right now we're just trading that. We're doing clothing. Eventually we're going to get to the farms, and we're going to get to the banks, and we're going to get to the restaurants and the hotels and the resorts and all that. But we all in different stages of Pan-Africanism. So it ain't like we all on the same page at the same time. I'm kind of new to the movement.
Yeah. It's all baby steps.
It's amazing, man. But I ain't going to leave here because I got a business here.
Of course. I'm not going to leave in America like that, you know. Go to Africa. Look, not before. I want to invest in Africa eventually when we get it all together.
I'm doing well here. My son doing well. Yeah, and I'm married to a Sierra Leonean woman, so I'm gonna have kids on the continent. So I'm gonna have businesses here, and I'm gonna have businesses there. That's the bottom line. I ain't going nowhere. I still got great nephews and great nieces that I gotta try to, you know, instill some type of pride in. Because right now, if I just leave them in Chicago, you already know the streets is just waiting for you.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Why is it that when people talk about Africa, when people say, oh, I'm going to go to Tahiti, I'm going to go to Belize, they know they're not going there forever. They're coming back. I know people that go 6 months to the Philippines, they're back. Why is it that when people even talk about going to Africa, they don't even think the fact that, okay, maybe I'll only be over for 2 years and I'm coming back? You know?
Yeah, or you could do a little bit of both. You know, some people just don't look at it. Like, we've been talking about these subjects forever. So we say, okay, if I got a business here, can I run my business and do it remotely? So we're looking to do stuff remotely. So if I could run a business through the internet, which, you know, the Internet of Things is coming right upon us. So eventually we all going to be doing some type of internet-based business, period, in addition to whatever we're doing physically. So my thing is, I don't see why we can't do both. We don't have to be just in no one particular country doing business. We can actually do business all over the globe.
Yeah.
And so why are we not adopting that? We should be preaching that and put that along with Pan-African, because it ain't dead. It's only dead. It's only dead for that brother. It's only dead for him. For me, it woke me up and it has me energized. You know, it got me out the streets because I'm a street dude. So all that about Pookie and Ray Ray, he talking to the right one now. See, I didn't come up through no intellectual and going to school and studying. I came through the back door.
Mhm.
And I could tell you all about the streets, and I could tell you exactly how they think. I still could go there, hang out, all that. I don't, because why? I've elevated. Now I realize it's more of a global thing. Am I gonna forget where I came from? Hell no. We just had a gang picnic last weekend. I was at, and what I'm doing is showing them brothers, hey, look, we ain't gotta just stay here in the hood. We've all mostly done got out of the hood. We don't sell dope no more. We ain't gang banging. We don't see the other guys on the other side of the tracks as enemies no more. We all know each other. We cool now. Let's start going other places with the talents that we have. Because we have a lot of talented brothers. They just got mixed up in the wrong environment.
Yeah.
That's all it is. We didn't have the right father figures, or our father wasn't there, and mom was trying to work and wasn't able to watch boys. And, once we got together, it's 15, 20 of us, we was really unstoppable.
Okay, go ahead. Let me ask you a question, brother. Right? And I don't know your age, man. I'm 54 years old, right?
I'm older than you.
Oh, I know you. Okay. All right, get this. Back in the time, I remember I'm from New York. We didn't really have gangs like that. We had crews and stuff like that. We have gangs and stuff like that. But the drugs started hitting the New York streets in the late 80s and everything like that, right? But it seemed to me, right, that it was under some sort of control. I mean, we had gangs, but it wasn't like that in New York or whatever like that. It seemed to me, like when they passed that crime bill, and they basically said de-invested from the inner city. They basically said they took all these jobs, future jobs, and sent them to China. They sent them to Mexico. They sent all this stuff and everything. And they said, "Oh, Bill Clinton, we got it." So we had an economy based on speculation, not really manufacturing. They call it the post-industrial world. So you had a whole city. I've seen places like Newark, New Jersey, where they basically gutted steel mills and everything. Jobs. Those were entry-level jobs where you can make enough money to live a good life, date women, and everything like that. I know people like that, blue-collar guys that own homes and everything like that would go down to the Bahamas for vacation and stuff like that. That was the life we had. They took all that away from us, and the gang.
Yeah, they took all that away and gave us crack.
Gave us crack, and the gang culture exploded, right? And so what gets me is the same political system, right? I say, okay, you believe we're a democracy. If Pan failed, what did voting do for us? If Pan was a failed ideology,
It made us feel good.
Goddamn polls every 4 years do for us.
Yeah.
So I don't hear that about no Pan-African failed and whatnot. We never tried.
Well, when I look at it, it failed in his mind. That's fine. To me, it energized me, and then it's a lot of brothers that's looking at my league because we got our Facebook group, and I'm still a part of it, even though I've retired. I've been retired over 30 years.
You should join the BAIO Go Ham. And join us.
Yeah, I know you've told me that before. It's just every time I get ready to do it, I forget.
Download the app. Download the
Last
app.
time we talked, you told me that I forgot.
Download. I tell people all the time, the hardest.
Download the app. Right. Download the app.
Download the app. BAIO Global Pipeline. Join the Sierra Leone chapter. Connect with the people in Sierra Leone. We want to be on one page. Fuck Facebook, man. I've got a social network that we can use Facebook.
Facebook was that first, got me off, like, what am I going to do on the internet? So, you ain't going to never get rid of your Facebook. It's just that you're going to migrate to other,
And I'm even though I'm suspended right now for 30 days on Facebook.
I can see why you suspended.
I'm constantly suspended. Me just getting pissed off. What the fuck? Next thing you know, you got 30 days, man.
Well, they took. Hey, I used to be like you early on when I first got it. When I first saw you, it was years ago. They took me off too because I was just too crazy. When I first woke up, I was just going ham. So they took my first account and wouldn't give it back. I was like, okay, well, cool. I'll start another one. But this one, I kind of keep it tame. I don't get too crazy. Right. So people can follow me or whatever.
Black people, you say anything about the LGBTQ?
Yeah, you can't say you can't say nothing about them. They got way more power. That's why I say, man, it's cool. The brother want to do things here. It's cool. I ain't got no problem with that. And the brothers that's indigenous, so they're indigenous to Americas, and civilization started here. Fine, do what you do. Do what you do. We gonna do something different.
Yeah. Hey, check us out. Now look at the LGBTQ. I told Bomani, I said it's like a parasitic relationship, right? You know how you ever watch Wasp? They'll inject their eggs inside of a caterpillar, right? While the eggs are hatching and feeding on the caterpillar's brain starts fighting other animals, so it protects the eggs and eating them inside. The black community has been parasitized by people. We were out here fighting for the LGBTQ, fighting for transgender and stuff like that. I did my AHIP certification, right? Do you know since 2022, if somebody walks into my office, insurance and whatnot, and claims they're a female, I can't say a goddamn thing about it.
Right, you can't say nothing.
No, it's law now. That was stuck in the Affordable Care Act bill. It just came online. They made sure when we did our certifications, that's the first thing they tell you. If somebody comes in and says they another gender, you ain't allowed to say nothing. Right. I know somebody's gonna walk in my office and say, "I'm a man, but I self-identify as a woman, so give me a policy." And I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, yo, look, and you don't
just oblige them and get the money. That's all.
Yeah. The bottom line is this: this is what the country we live in. This is America, 2022. This is America. This is what we're supposed to be in love with.
Yeah, this is what we fighting to protect. Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of those haters comment right here. The Rock, the steak ass punk right here, refused to get on the live stream so we can actually debate.
Who is? I can't even see the comments.
Yeah, he's just some kind of troll. He's saying Bomani Pan-Africanism is dead and gone for good. Jabroni, you smell what the Rock is cooking. This guy's a clown on a skateboard. Won't even show his real face. I mean, these are YouTube clowns, man. I mean, that's the only. I mean, living in his mom's basement, this lady just.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna get ready to check out, man. But I gotta unless you got Mike in the thing, wanting to get on, so I can smack him around a little bit.
Mike don't want any of this, but he can come on if you want to handle him.
Yeah, I would. I wonder. He's talking smack in the.
What did you say? I can't see the chat. So what is he saying?
Oh, he just said, Mike
join in, trying to get him to join in. There you go. You can finish up, Mike, or whoever you want to finish up on and everything. And
yeah, well, I mean, if you feel that way, brother, why are you here? I mean, there's plenty of lives that you can be in. If you're not feeling what we're talking about, and then you're not contributing any positiveness to what we're talking about, then why are you here?
That's what we're trying to say.
That's the question I would ask you. Why are you here? If you're not into Pan-African, why are you here? We don't mind you being here, and you just want to listen to what we're talking about. But then if you're gonna just be sitting here talking negative, then why are you here?
Serious.
Bottom line is this: like I said, I'm past the point of apologizing for the idea of us building communities in Africa. That's the way you do it. I was told that by Africa.
Let's get ready to rumble in this corner. You gotta.
He's coming up. All right.
Oh, here we go, Snack Measy.
All right, you got the flow, brother. Let's hear what you got. He's coming back. Okay.
I want to talk to Mike.
Hey, I just clicked back on because I'm about to walk out the crib. But was somebody talking greasy or something? Somebody want smoke, or is it peace? Let me know.
No, I can't see the comments, so I said I don't know what they talking about.
He was talking about Mike. He was talking about Mike, but
that's a guy named Mike. Well, apparently he don't want to come up.
Nigerian in the chat, right? But he was Goham did actually ask the question. If you don't believe what we're doing, why is this the contention there? That's all he said. It wasn't. I don't think it was anything serious, but he just said, "Yo, that's what it is."
What about me or?
Oh yeah,
Mike.
About you. He talking about Mike, but he was saying you. When you in other words, basically, we're saying that okay, people have their opinion, right? But a Pan-African platform, it's almost like we're not allowed to exist, and we're telling you this is not dead. We're dead serious about this, right? We
got new people joining every day. I have so many people calling me, and I consider myself sort of new to the movement, but really I've been involved. My whole life it just took certain things to get out for me to get out of the way. This American system, man, will just bog you down to where you really are stretched really thin. And it wasn't until I cleared up a lot of that stuff that I was able to free myself up. And, now I've been all over Africa. I've been all over the world now. And people that come from where I come from, it's just like they can't even, it's like I got a second life. They can't believe
I mean, there's no
like,
contention. My contention is the Pan-Africans that try to crap on Black America while they uplift Africa.
everybody got their opinion, and if they want to do that, then let them do it. Well, the way we look at it is, I'm proud of what we've have accomplished in Black America, because you could go anywhere, and anywhere where we went as soldiers and fought, we have small, I guess you could say enclaves there already. Everywhere I went, I've been meeting people. I've been meeting Jamaicans. I've been meeting people. People move around, period. When I go to South Africa, all the people I met there from Nigeria, Black Americans that's there doing business. So we've been doing business. Me and Bomani been doing business all over Africa. So I'm not mad at nothing. I met a bunch of Jamaicans.
Brother, I
over
was
there,
like halfway through my first sentence, so I'd like to finish it. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. So yeah, the contention is those who throw shots at Black America from America, who are never going to actually live in Africa, but sell Africa to other people. And if you're going to sell Africa for the reality, you know, its shortcomings, its successes, and give it to us, or give it to Black Americans in a real aspect or a real packaging, then I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? If you're really doing work and you have organizations, you have a track record, and, you know, I'm with that. If you're someone who's just selling it from an emotional standpoint, you know what I'm saying? I'm not with that. When I say Pan-Africanism is dead, oh, it's absolutely dead. And I'm the one that pulled out and pulled a trigger on it and said, bang, 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 bang. And ain't nobody can resurrect it, because I've been killing Pan-Africans in these spaces early.
Well, you know,
I would say to that, well, it's not dead in my eyes, and we go over there plenty of times. So it's dead probably to you, which is cool, but to us, it's alive and well.
And also, I want to answer. I mean, I didn't get a chance to give Nakri's response. What I just said, I said the fact that if Pan-African was dead, when you think about Black people on the planet, we're going to basically turn out in record numbers and everything. So if people just doing a Pan-African thing, right? We're just a small number of people like mine, right? Why is it everybody so triggered about what little we're doing when Black people are like Tariq are taking people money for a museum? That's not going to happen, right? We're not taking the money. You got Yvette Carnell and everything. You got BLM. You got all these other people doing all this stuff like this, and nobody has a problem with it. And they don't produce jack, you know, for the last 30 years, right? Black America has been taking L's for the last 30 years politically, right? And you can't tell them nothing. We got the same congressman in office as we did 30 years ago.
Yeah, but you know, you don't supposed to talk about that, Kala.
We're not supposed to talk about that. Question. But everybody want to throw shots at Pan-Africanism.
You don't supposed to talk about that.
Doing our thing.
All right, let brother Kofi go to his.
What up, brother Kofi?
Yeah, what's up?
BAIO in the house.
Nakmeezy, Kala, Go Ham. I just want to know, like me, I've been to Africa for the first time last year, and I was the one to listen to the YouTubes and to you know, first I was listening to Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed was very into, you know, Africa. He was into Africanism, just like my parents. And I started listening to, I found Kala on the Dinah's show. And even when I went out to Ghana to the Central region, a lot of people respect Bomani. You know, they talk about Bomani a lot. When I went to Shabaz's place next to Maple's Table.
One Africa.
I don't even know how I forgot the name, but
One Africa.
Know like what turned Nakmeezy off when he went to Africa, and you know, I want to know his experience that makes him come to this realization that, you know, look, I'm just going to fight for, you know, my family from the U.S. because now that I'm having children on the continent, I'm kind of like stuck in between. Like I'm definitely about, you know, foundational Black history here in the U.S. I'm about the you know, people respecting us. You know, I kind of get tired of you know, people calling us cotters, people calling us white men, and all types of disrespectful stuff. But then I'm also looking at the United States long term, and I'm like, damn, if I have children here, you know, are my children gonna be forced to have children with like white people, or are my children gonna be you know, are they gonna be homosexuals? You know, that's just the honest like concerns, and that's something I don't see happening on the African continent. And just to pose the question again to Nakmeezy, like what were some of the things when he was on the continent that like turned him off? You know.
Well, it wasn't anything on the continent that turned me off to Pan-Africanism. I gave up on Pan-Africanism in the diaspora. You see, I enjoyed my trip to Africa when I didn't try to look at it through Black nationalist and Pan-African eyes. You understand? If you go there thinking that most people, or even many people, are going to think like a Black nationalist, you're going to be rudely awakened and disappointed. What you mentioned about homosexuality and swirling. Well, Africa is the birthplace of the mulatto, my friend. The swirling started in Africa. It didn't start in America. Homosexuality, there's plenty of homos in Nigeria, Ghana, all over Africa. So, you know, what you're trying to escape from America, you're going to find it in Africa too. The thing is, you can take advantage of what we have built up in America, what Western white Europeans have built up in America. We don't have to leave that just because people say go back to Africa. For what? You go back to Africa after the Medase, or Chale and all that other shit, right? What do you have in common? Nothing. They call you Obroni, bro. Don't tell me they call you Obroni. You lied to me.
They called me a brony. They called me a brony. And when I didn't listen to them, they yelled out "white man." And I had to tell them, I'm Memphis Black American. I just kept on telling them, like, don't ever call me a white man. Like that's an insult.
It's an insult. It's a crazy insult, and it really speaks to the cultural disconnect. See, no one called me a brony. They called me Black American when I was there. They yelled it from. Yeah, I was in Makola Market. Was it Makola? No, it wasn't Makola. It was some market in Accra. They was like, "Yo, Black American." I'm like, "Yo, what up?" And they embraced me as a Black American, not as someone that was trying to be a Ghanaian. They spot who's trying to reconnect, and those become the ones that they target for, you know, oh, you want to be a Ghanaian? Okay, come here. I'll wrap you in this kente cloth for you know, X amount of whatever they use out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, the thing is just to be proud of who you are, represent your people, and no one is gonna respect a self-hating, fill in the nationality, self-hating Black American. And nobody gonna respect you if you don't respect you and your own people. If you don't move from a place of power and you go there like, look, I'm proud of who I am. Let's do some cultural exchange. Let's do some business. All right, cool. But you go in there, like I seen a whole bunch of people talking about, I'm lost. I don't have any culture. I need Africa. Without Africa, we're nothing. Oh, really? So then what the hell do I want to do something with you for? You know, the marriage of misery ain't going to breed anything but little miserable children. Move from a position of power, and the position of power that you have as a Black American is taking advantage of what our ancestors fought, died, and killed for.
But is that what we're doing on this panel? We got Kofi. He's working on my novel, right? He wants to make this into a movie. You know, Journey to the Promised Land. He's working on it now. He works with Liberian scholars I introduced him to and stuff like that. We want to produce documentaries telling the history of our repatriation movement and stuff like that. So we're using the position in America that we have to build this. But nobody, I never said, Kofi asked, he's listened to me for years. I never said go to Africa with your head tucked in your head. You know, that's what Mike O in the chat room wants, right? He loves those Black Americans that go over there and bow. I said, I don't bow to nobody. You know, I don't bow to nobody.
I don't know where the brother coming from, because it ain't like that experience for me.
I've never had to bow to nobody or like that. I'm proud of who I am, and people embrace me for just being who I am. You know, and embrace me.
It's called. I showed my wife all the Spike Lee movies. I showed The Glory. Like, there's some people there that
they're just as ignorant. They just as ignorant in certain aspect as we are. So I mean, ignorance is just kind of worldwide. But go ahead.
But when you say ignorant, you see how y'all be dumping that ignorant tag on Black Americans? We've been leading with the charge on that Pan-African and Black nationalism
Hey,
tip.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I come from a whole family of ignorant motherfuckers, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then you the ignorant one, not me, not us.
I just elevated up out of it.
When
So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you just pin ignorance on like the general of Black America. That's negative. Maybe you came from somebody ignorant, but not all of us did, bro.
Yeah, it's true. But quite a few of us do, though.
and for the Nigerian Americans who like to get up and like vlog about African Americans and making excuses about Akadas and like making excuses for their bad experiences with the bad people that they were surrounded by, you know, that's another disrespectful thing too, because we have like a celebrity elite, we have like a entertainment elite out there, we have scholars to like look up to, and then to further that, when you go into school, our curriculums are like based on a part of the struggle that Black Americans have to go through slavery and through civil rights movements. There's something to kind of look at and like strive to, and there's definitely a lot of Black immigrants or foreigners, they're not like that. It's a little sprinkle of people that kind of get the limelight because they're almost trolling too. You know, they're looking for clout. But in Ghana, to go to Ghana and to like, I couldn't get it out of my mind to see people have Confederate flag stickers on their cars, and even going into you know, my wife's house and seeing a big, my wife's father's house and seeing a big poster of Black Jesus, and then seeing a big right next to white Jesus, seeing a big poster of a Confederate flag. And I'm like, I had to show her glory after that. I had to show her the history that like that flag means pro slavery. So it's like, to see that shit, it just shows like the disconnect, man.
There's a very big disconnect. I said, check this out. I've known this for years. I seen this one video back in like 2012. A stone cold redneck, right, was doing some contracting work. This has been going on since the Peace Corps. People don't realize this, right? The Peace Corps was an arm of the CIA, right? They would go over there, right, and basically beguile the local people, right? The African educational system is a hand from the Europeans. They don't know anything about slavery, anything like that. And a lot of stuff they talk about Black people in America is negative. The white people basically go over there with their schools and their missions. And I used to have this argument with a lot of Liberians, right? And I'm surprised I won so many Liberians over the years. They said white people, when we had a time of war, white people were sending us milk and money and stuff like that. And everything. I said, well, Black people were sending money too. They said, but it's white people.
Yeah, that was our tax dollars. Shit. Go ahead.
They know all this stuff, how to psychologically get into the minds of Africans and everything. So we walk into a thing. That's why it's important. We're going to become more global, right? We have to basically, I feel, in my opinion, right, we have no choice but to engage the African and tell the world who we are. We're not the Pookies and the Ray Rays they think we are. And when we talk about, when the BAO talk about building an Afrikstan, that's going to be a plus to the Black man in America. We're able to come back home in victory and build for our people. That's why I'm supporting Brother Goham and Brother Bomani and us people like this. You know, because I know our people are going to shine. It's not going to be no slight on the Black man in America. It's going to be a credit to what we are as a people. Because then no one cares about our accomplishments. If you let the white man tell your story, we never did shit. But I'll tell you about all the Black African American inventors. And that's why I'm a Pan-Africanist. I want to tell the world who I am. I'm not this freaking guy that's sitting here after all these years, after all the shit I just said a little while ago about how they did to us. Do you think I wanted them to get away with that? All the lynchings that our ancestors went through, that we're just content to sit here and have no political power, no economic power, and division and fracturedness, broken communities and everything, broken families. I'm damn tired of it. So I don't know nothing about no Pan-Africans failed. Everything came before me failed.
I don't consider myself Kala to come from the thought that we gonna shit on Black America just so we going to Africa.
No,
Maybe some people in the wrong lie because we not them group. We kind of know each other. We kind of know each other, and we don't think like that. But we give everybody that smoke at the same time. So
that sounds like the American Colonization Society 2.0.
Yeah, oh, you're the Colonization Society. The bottom line, we go to Africa, we're holding our head up. We're saying what we can do, and we reach the hand. Like I said, remember, and when you go to Liberia, you're gonna see something on the monument of J.J. Roberts, right? You're gonna see the bustling thing. It has an African American settler, right, coming there, and they have the African, right, and they're reaching over to shake hands. The two groups of people, right. But it wasn't like an embrace. It was just basically enough. When you look at the faces, the artist did this, right? It's saying, we don't really know each other, but I'm going to reach my hand a little bit. You reach your hand a little bit right here, and we can come together, right? And that's how nations are built. It's not like no kumbaya. Anybody who says that Kala's a kumbaya, they're like, is a goddamn lie. I know it's going to be a long process, but in the end, we're going to be stronger globally if we make these connections to our mother continent.
I appreciate that, Kala. Not me, Z.
Yeah, he talking about his mother continent. Mother continent soldier, black ass to America.
Yeah, and you're feeling free like that, but I beg to differ. I look. If people feel like that about Africa, you have.
Brother, can I finish though?
You have every right to feel like that.
Can I finish? Like, I'm talking historical facts, bro.
we already know. Go ahead and finish, bro.
Wait, I hear an echo. Is that me?
No, it's not me.
Somebody may be on speakerphone. Take yourself on speakerphone, or mute yourself.
Hello. All right, cool. Yeah, like, come on, man. Just tell the whole story, bro. Just tell the whole story. Like, the Mother Africa got a whole bunch of illegitimate kids running around the diaspora. Like Haiti. Oh, please accept us, African Union. Did they say, nah, y'all not really African? Y'all don't hear that though, right? Y'all don't hear this, that his brother was called Obroni, and then when he didn't respond to it, they upgraded it to yo white man. They don't know us, and we don't know them. We know each other, so we want to build and do for us. You don't need to go all the way to Africa to a bunch of people who don't have any economic power to try to build in America. Come on.
I agree. And look, guys, man, it's 2:30 over here. I really got to get up in the morning. We know we're gonna go like this. You guys could go all night. I think
you take care, man.
Well, I'm on the West Coast, so it's still early over here.
I gotta have a couple puffs of my cigar and go to bed.
Yo, Kala, I handed you your first L, bro. I handed you that L nice and slow, bro.
How you gonna call it win? Dude, anybody listen to this? All right, Nak, you won. You won. You satisfied? You won.
Yeah, pat yourself on the back, bro.
Pat yourself on the back, Nak. You won. You won, Nak. Come on, man. Come on. But it was a good conversation. I appreciate intelligent dialogue. We may not agree, but we don't have to be disagreeable. Okay, this is a long conversation. And like I said, I do believe, like I said, Pan-Africanism is a small movement, right? It's a small movement, but it's catching on because people are thinking outside the box. Pan-Africanism is one thing. What you cannot do is tell me that what we've been doing for the last 30 years, right? Because I am burned about that, right? Where we have now, we don't even vote on our own interests. There's no black interest on the table. We just vote on the LGBTQ, illegals coming across the border. That's the black vote.
And welfare.
Everybody else is succeeding in America and everything like that. And you're going to tell me to hold on and keep doing the same damn thing. Now, if you said, you know something, Kala, I'm going to become a MAGA person and roll with Trump and everything, I would have more respect for you. Because at least you're doing something. But you're telling me you're not going to go this way. Everything will change. So don't worry about Africa and being a Pan-Africanist. With that, peace. I'm out.
Go lick your wounds.
Peace. Be safe, y'all.
Yes, not me, Z. I respond to what Kala was saying.
Yes, please.
The floor is yours.
Oh, I don't know what Kala was saying. He always talking some
Yeah, saying
Bantu, Babel. What did they say?
no, it's saying you took another L.
Yo, I had like 30 minutes to prepare because I checked my phone at like 3:40 in the morning, 3:50. And then I'm like, yo, it was too easy. You know what I'm saying? It's too easy, bro. I'm waiting for the next Pan-African snack that I can munch on. It's y'all easy work.
It's funny. Go ahead. You have anything to share? That is funny right there. And the join us link is on.
Yeah, well, like I say, I don't know who this brother is, and I ain't into all that. But anyway, I'll holler at you later, Bomani.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. All right. So it is. Yeah. So not easy. So there you go, brother. Appreciate you sharing your perspective.
You know, it's funny that these new age Pan-Africans, right, just get in, found Pan-Africanism through YouTube. Is the reason why I could speak like how I speak and not have to go to notes and stuff and just have it in my head is
All right.
because I grew up as it. And, I don't fall for the tricks. You know what I'm saying? Historically, I know my stuff. Like I said, on the continent, I had a great time when you don't look at it through black nationalist eyes. Once you do that, you're going to be frustrated. You're going to go, oh, white Jesus, weaves, skin cream. Well, yo, that's just what they do. You just accept them for who they are. And I just say, you know what? They're who they are, how they are. We are how we are. I'm just going to focus on mine. That's it. And nothing wrong with focusing on your own people, man. Real talk.
Yeah, absolutely. And I embrace in general what I'm explaining to people, we're pushing. I embrace black people doing business with black people. So whether you're just an American just doing black business with black folks, all I'm pushing is black economics. Whether it's just a Pan-African world of black economics or it's just a group of folks in Jamaica doing black economics. And it's just because what I see when I travel around the world, I don't see enough of us engaging doing business with each other. So that's what I'm trying to uplift. Now, everyone have their own perspective, and if somebody was to judge us, they'll be like, "Yo, it's like 10 of y'all talking, and then all y'all got different, different ways how y'all see things." And I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." And beyond how you see things, is when people say, if you really believe in like black people in America need to focus on what's going on here, I'm definitely feel like that's good, but it's like do the work. And at the end of the day, the same thing too in the Pan-African world. People like myself, every few weeks or every few months, you're packing up, leaving and moving around, and it's serious work. And you're telling people like, hey, this is not no romanticized situation. It's like, go with your gut feeling. If you're gonna really just talk about this and believe in this, do the work, and things are gonna happen. But don't think that it's just something that's just gonna snap in place, or if you're just gonna go to Africa and everybody's just gonna welcome you as their brothers and everything. I was like, family, it's a little more complicated, and I don't want to see people get their heart broken. But also, I feel like if people are willing to put the extra work in, they can appreciate a life just doing things in Africa.
Bomani, I appreciate you for always doing your work. I'm going to bounce, but I'm going to leave you with one question.
Sure.
Is Pan-Africanism widely practiced in Africa?
No, I would say the direct question, I would say no. I don't think Pan-Africanism is widely practiced anywhere. I think what I see, it's a science of philosophy of what we can make work to compete with the rest of the world. Like when Garvey talking about Africa for the Africans, that's why we name our company that. And it's situation based on how Europe for the European or European Union came together and said, hey, we need some level of consolidation. So ultimately, brother, I'm gonna be honest with you, I still think a whole lot of people trying to figure out like almost 99 out of 100 people that talked to me and told me that they're Pan-Africanists, I would almost give them a triple X and said you're not what you claim to be. But at the same time too, I do respect the fact that they're trying to be or trying to extend themselves and trying to figure things out. We're people that it's a lot of things that we have to figure out. I just tell people, man, just focus on whatever you feel like the best you need to work on. And there's a group of black folks there working on that. And the fact that we're able to have this conversation with some people feeling a certain way, man. It's beautiful. The main thing is, at the end of the day, what I got to say to people, regardless of whatever, are you willing to do the work based on what you believe in? But that means I know you got to go, brother, and I appreciate
Yeah, I'm on a train, but I asked you a loaded question.
Okay,
So
okay.
Pan-Africanism is not practiced widely on the continent.
Yeah,
Why follow an ideology that says you must move back to the continent to get self-determination?
No,
You're literally taking ideology that doesn't. No, I'm saying this was from the BAIO website. You're taking an ideology that does not exist widely on the continent and trying to force them to think like you, who has a different experience worldly as to them. If you want to get self-determination, that means you have to go to who? Yourself. Yourself being your own people, work at home, and then let everybody do that, and hopefully everybody gets better separately, and then you can link up.
Absolutely, brother. You know, always good conversation. I know we're sharing things, and with you and I, my thing is never a right or wrong situation. Is you know, following through on what we really need to do and stop playing games. I think the issue that we both have is the issue with the fake ass people out there that talks a lot about all these things and don't represent and get nothing done. So yes, family, that's another great situation for you to focus on. I keep on seeing people love posting this word FBA, man. I think that word has become popular the last several months. But yeah, even that, I don't knock the hustle on that, man. I think it's all good. You know what I mean? Because even in the world, not me, even in the world of like people like myself who really believe in the world of Pan-Africanism and have literally like sacrificed a whole lot of his life, just like trying to connect with, like working with the staff of people that got in different countries. I will still say it is literally maybe 0.01% that'll be open to moving and literally just live in that world. But the greatest potential of it is once people like myself and other people that we're working with get more things in place in Africa, the numbers will grow. So that's the standstill we're at, or people may say that's a stalemate where we are. But even the community we're building and all the work we've done, some people may say it's not enough progress or it's little progress, but it's us doing that. But what I want to see more of also is my good brothers and sisters that's part of the 99% here in America to show me what they got. And I mean, I'm a person that I've joined and still part of many different organizations here in Georgia. And sometimes I'm limited to being here because I'm traveling, but at the same time too, is like we have more people here, and it's like you're asking people like, how are we gonna step the level up? Because if we step our game up here in the diaspora and our game up there in Africa, on the continent, it's just more black business being done with each other. As a matter of fact, let me just let this person in. Apologize if I got your name wrong. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Greetings, brothers. This is Chizero Keka in Jacksonville, Florida.
Greetings. Welcome to the call.
Greetings. I see you guys have been on for a while. Just checking in and dropping in, and showing some love. I've been in Jacksonville for the past 4 years, organizing, trying to build the Garvey movement. But it's like in every city you see, there's a lot of black businesses, Caribbean, African, Black America working together. They're just doing it in the background. They're hosting festivals. They're trying to work together, but they don't go online and broadcast it. So they're not organized well. But you could see it in every major city. People working together. Just a matter of if they can organize across the country and like form chapters and really streamline things to do business. But people are doing business in major cities. I think every major city you can find a festival or businesses working together. It just isn't organized or allowed online. So that's what Garvey was able to do. He was able to organize Caribbean, African, U.S. people, Black people together under one umbrella in he was good at media. That was his training growing up. So he was able to basically put it out in one voice and streamline everything. That's all we're missing, organization. And I'm working here in Jacksonville, but I look at the internet. But it's a lot of stuff going on ground that people just have to keep the faith that it's going to work. But they're not online loud as some people. But it's like the opposite. People are loud online, but you don't see them on ground. So it's I think it's okay. We're heading in the right direction. So that's my comment.
I just appreciate your brother about Garvey, and the main thing is, when I think about Garvey, is he's basically talking about we live in a competitive world, and at his point, he's envisioning what we call as different Asian countries. They have evolved between the 40s to the 60s. You have numbers of this Asian, Caribbean countries, African countries that were this an oppressive state or colonial state or dictatorship state, based on us being dominated by European world powers. And our situation is always going to be the worst because the best of our people are stolen. But at the same time, too, all these nations have emerged. So we as a people have to just look at it like, okay, well, what we have to do is literally figure it out. How do we elevate ourselves together? Do we just play the individual game, or do we figure some way how to consolidate some level of power to compete? Because right now, if you look at different countries, say example Ghana, you're talking about a country that's dominated by Chinese, Indian, and Lebanese business people, and they're there as competitive people. Then you go to Senegal or Gambia, you see the same people. And then what you don't see is the energy of us, especially in African diaspora, which is consider us like an economic power consolidated properly. But we have our issues, we have to figure that out. But we, a lot of those opportunities and business and things like that in place, because we can be about ourselves as a people in the African diaspora or a people in America, but also still expand and do business and invest, which is ideal with our own people, and build that relationship, rekindle that relationship, because it's a terrible situation. I mean, you always got to look back the fact that you're stolen from your African continent. But nevertheless, my brother, go ahead and share your point of view. I don't want to take too much of the time. And not me, if you're still here, go ahead and
Yeah,
share.
I'm still here. I want to touch on that.
Absolutely.
You said stolen. Stolen?
Yes,
Can you elaborate?
I consider myself as an African that was stolen from his continent and brought to Jamaica. And
Who stole you? Who stole you?
Whether you want to look at our people as selling us into slavery, or us being auctioned off or bought by European traders or whoever controlled the slave market at that time, that link our lineage to us as a people being here in this country or in these different countries all across the Americas. I do hear people say that some of us were here before and things like that. That's fine if they want to carry on that connection. My connection of stolen and returning and being a part of a Pan-African nation. Some people may say, "Oh, you're making up that story," but that's my connection and energy from going to the African Holocaust dungeons and meditating and connecting with my ancestors. So you're stolen and welcome back home.
Stolen implies that there was no price paid.
Oh, stolen.
The African kidnapped other Africans and sold them to Europeans. So we were sold, not stolen.
I appreciate the correction. I love it, not needed. Sold into slavery, or sold African. Is that the terminology you want me to use? Sold.
Fact.
But yeah, I appreciate the elaboration and the clarity. But all of us are gonna look at these things as different. But I'm trying to work with those of us where we are as a people. Like honestly, that's honestly it. Like I have friends in New York City that never left New York City, and maybe one day they'll come to Africa, maybe not. but I'll still connect with them.
Can we send you all of our Pookies and Ray Rays?
You know what? Let's have to find like somewhere where we can put them to work, because I believe in putting people to work. We have a big population in the world, man. We got to employ people, because folks be in their mama's basement, keyboard warriors, and trolling on YouTube. Like about 25% of these this chat right here is just people who literally just fit that bill. But
I agree 100%. I agree. I wish like we could see what they look like. Most of them is like $1.20 soaking wet. Half of them is white.
Yeah, serious business. But yeah, brother, this conversation, I'm telling you, it is a serious conversation. I know people like you guys got a lot, you're very opinionated. I was like, yeah, absolutely. We all come from so many different places and have different backgrounds and different studying. I mean, I tell people, what you expect all of us to sit around and agree. It don't work. You tell people it don't work like that. But through even the differences that we have, we find commonality of how we can just, at the end of the day, get paid, make money, do business together. Like I do a whole bunch of business in different countries, and it's all good. I like that international money. Yeah, as a matter of fact, not me, you're an international man also, man. That what the move you made is, you're telling people like, we as a people, this like literally this, the world is global, man. Go get your money. Like I have friends that used to do school teaching in like Japan, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, places like that. Get around the Tanzania, just to make your way around.
Yeah, exactly. You should get it everywhere. But if you go with a business mind, as opposed to I don't know who I am, but you do that, you're working from a place of weakness, and you're not gonna achieve anything.
Yeah, and but one of the greatest things is once those of us as a people are in the different countries, I don't know, it's a tricky situation. It's like I've seen people, you kind of blend in the culture, and I've seen people where they live in these exquisite neighborhoods. Like even now, one video, even some of the worst countries that you can think of. I mean, everywhere, always have its high class neighborhoods, and some people just can have that life, and some people just the have-nots. But it's like, I mean, I know it's not a situation you can save everyone, and you're not trying to save everyone, but I don't know, man. My mindset is always in like, how do we compete as a global people, if at all we can actually compete as that, or how do we compete in general with the likes of, when it comes to different countries, whether it's Jamaica, Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal and Gambia, countries that you have domination from this, whether it's this Asian, European, or this Arab business people that's there, that's dominating sectors of business. Not saying that they shouldn't be there doing business. I'm not there to knock people hustle of being global people and just doing business, because we always hear about, centuries ago about trade routes and things like that. But I just feel like, somehow we as the people just got to get ourselves encouraged more into into putting our resources together and competing. So don't know if you have any advice, what you can share. You're off into the wonderful world of doing business in Europe, so I'm sure you have some good ideas.
Yeah, stand by. I'm about to get off the train in like 2 minutes, so I'll give it once I step off.
All right, cool, man. Oh man, you up early in the morning?
Yeah, I woke up early, so we can have this conversation. Start of my day. I caught my bookkeeper trying to do some grimy shit, so I'm on my way to my lawyer's office. I'd rather the white man bang on the white man for me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Yeah, and I want to get people involved in like opening minds, like like literally just get out there and let's get this international money, and and encourage more people. Like yo, getting a passport is not the end of the world. I even encourage people like reach out to me and I'll help them get certain things going, because I think on the business scene now, we're lacking in those things in different parts of the world.
Yo, what can experiment 0003 come up? I'd love to have a conversation with him. I'll debate him right now for €50.
You know,
Loser has to donate it to you in the super chat. Let's get it.
hey, donate it, all good, man. All go back to the revolution. I'm always telling people join in that we're not gonna bite the head off, and we're cool people, because ultimately, brother, even when I was talking to Kala, I was telling him, I was like, brother, ultimately, whatever in our agreements or disagreements, the goal is like we have a whole generation, brother. I was like, my son is 12 years old, and even his friend and just even children older than them and younger than them, they don't know anything about anything we're talking about, because it's not like it's told to them in school and things like that. And it's like we have to find a way to like put out educational material where even in our dialogue, whether they're long or short, you can get something from it versus this group of strong black men that's fighting each other. All right, so this person is, I don't know what's up, man. Why are these folks, man? People join in, we're not gonna bite you. It is all good, man. You know what I'm saying? Stop being a keyboard warrior. Grow some balls, man. I know you may be in your mama's basement. We're not gonna call you out. Just join and talk. Now, posting is easy, but if you got something to say to any of us, just talk like a man. And, I can even turn on my camera so you can see me visually.
I almost missed my train stop. Shit, I had to jump out the New York style.
Focus, brother. Focus. Don't let me distract you. I'm trying to find out who's going to really talk, because that means I'm just a keyboard warrior. Sorry. Hey, family, we talk a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I thought so.
If you want to join the call, man, join the call. We can talk. I talk much stuff to people all the time, man. I don't tell people, like, don't take it personal. And then, man, if I go somewhere and I see you, man, I'll say, yo, man, let's go have a beer and talk. And it's all good, because we got to grow from this. Show love, show love, show love. Enjoy the conversation, and family. Especially, we just got to represent for our brothers, man. That's all over the place trying to figure out what to do. Organize and get into business and get money, make moves, and keep the flow of things going. Somebody said he's just a keyboard warrior. Hey, brother, it's not
that's the guy who was talking big stuff.
It's not personal. I call people keyboard warrior all the time because they like to type versus talk. And then, some people just, like, hey.
I find a lot of those dudes have high-pitched voices. That's why they don't want to get on.
Hey, Big Black. Greetings, brother. Greetings, family. Welcome to the call. Introduce yourself and then share what you have for me or Nakmizi.
Hey, I want to talk to Nationalism.
And your business.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Make sure you turn off. Make sure you turn off whatever you're playing in the background.
Hold on.
Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Make sure you turn off. Make sure you turn off whatever you're playing in the background.
Hold on.
There you go. I'm hearing myself. It sounds crazy.
Hold on. Let me see.
There you go, brother. Your headphones. All right, let me see what this is. What yeah, and even with the Pan-African comment, I literally just embrace people to, like, honestly, like, share what you feel. Like stop with all this like fake stuff, man. Share what you feel. If you like, you with it or you not with it, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, share what you feel, and let's figure this out as a people. Let's figure out where we go from here, and what we can work through. But don't worry, Now, not me. So, when I get rich and I build my black empire in Africa, man. I mean, I'm definitely gonna be like, yo, just treat you as a royal guest, man. I'm like, yo, man, this brother's a good friend. He's VIP, man. Send him on our VIP package. We're gonna do some transformation. Just need a little time and a little break. All right, so the person got off.
The brother had a question for me, but then he didn't want to ask it or something. What happened?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. Yeah, he just like disappeared the call. Yeah, Big Jack is back.
All right.
Big Black, you're back. So we just gotta mute while he talks.
Yeah.
Big Jack is back.
Yeah. Can you,
Big Black, you're back.
okay, can you hear me without the echo?
So we just gotta. Yeah, I hear you, but what you have to do is you have to turn off the video that's playing.
Yeah, I only see one video. Let me see if this works.
Yeah, you gotta close your browser and just log in with just the link that we sent you, and then we can just talk live. All right, while he's figuring that out, go ahead, my brother. Ooh.
Greetings, brother. Sorry I dropped off. I'm up organizing some things, but it's like I had a question actually, because I know brother Bomani, you're all over the continent. I was wondering, have you ever looked into Gabon? The capital's named Libreville. It's basically
No, I'm mainly focused on tourist-bound countries but no, I've not gotten to that country yet.
I'm looking at it myself. I like a lot of things I see. It's like it got its own free town people don't know about. But I'm looking at Gabon personally, Nigeria, Uganda. I have connections there. So basically, Central Africa countries. I think if we start in Central Africa, it'll spread out, but it hasn't been tried. I know most people are on the coast: Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, so Gambia. I think that's what I'm doing. So I'm gonna see. I'm gonna stay in touch. I've been in contact with brothers for years.
All right, perfect. So you're down with the Pan-African philosophy. I feel like you go out there in the world and do business and connect and do connections with other Black people.
I call it Garveyism or African fundamentalism. I really try to work with the village people, the kings, and if you do that, you get to the government easier. But I try to do grassroots over here. I'm in Jacksonville. I work with the Chess Foundation. Basically, a woman who went to Ghana and got the crown of Nana Dorkor, which was one of Garvey's field organizers. She got the second crown, so they says you're continuing the work, and you got the crown. So I work under her. I see her. She makes six figures doing this African, selling creams and things like that, lotions and healing herbs and things. So it's lucrative if people know what they're doing. Well, it's just a mentality. So I work with the whole, Garvey called it the African Communities League or the African Communities Imperial League. So it's more about royalty and grassroots organizing, and that's why he got blocked by politicians. They don't like to empower the grassroots people or connect the communities too much. But that's what we're trying to do here in Jacksonville. We're seeing a little progress. We're in the Caribbean Sea, Florida, so we have some advantages that people don't have in other cities. So we're going to stay in touch probably, or people will be hearing about us going forward. I'm sure of it. So yeah, rest my mic.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. There you go. All right, Big Black, rock on with your bad self.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, not Meezy. I want to talk to you about this whole, well, African sodas, right? So it's true, general, in the sense that Africans sold us. There's some Africans that sold us, and some of us has been stolen. Both is true, but it's not as like as simple as that. The people that sold us actually most likely didn't even speak the same language as we did. It was due tribalism, whereas you had tribes that fought, and actually the people that got sold were actually POWs. They were prisoners of war. So basically, the people that got sold off were prisoners of war from other tribes. So the way you see Africa now as these countries, that was not the same back in the past. Basically, the people that sold us probably even speak the same language as we did, as a group. So when you dwell on this, well, they sold us, so we shouldn't be Pan-Africanisms, Pan-Africans. I don't buy that. I mean, what's the other choice? Pan-Africanism is the counter of tribalism. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that, and I never use "they sold us" for my argument against Pan-Africanism. I don't.
Okay,
I use the fact that we're not the same people.
But the thing is, okay, there are some Africans, right, that in the past, the ones that participated in slave trade. Yeah, I was at first coming to consciousness, knowing about the slave trade. I was mad about that, right? But as I researched history and found out, hey, the people that probably sold us didn't even speak the same language, because there was different tribes. We're actually, the people that got sold were actually POWs, prisoners of war from tribal beefs. So that's me going back, learning from the past, and say, okay, that's something we shouldn't have done. And actually, the slave trade led to colonization. And as we look back forth as African people, as Pan-Africans, we look at it and say, well, we slipped all across the board as far as Africans as a whole. We slipped as a group as far as the slave trade, participating in the slave trade, which eventually led to colonialism. Now, looking back at that, we have to look at that as a group and say, you know what? We messed up, but now it's time to get back on track. Because while we're sitting there talking about this division, the powers that be, they're kicking our butts on the continent and as Black people in America. And that's a divide and conquer tactic, right? And us dwelling on that fact that happened in the past, they like to push that as a divide and conquer tactic. The first thing they tell us, I heard this a lot from white people, indirectly and directly. Well, your people sold you, so that's how you got over here. So, as an excuse for why they treat us the way they treat us. That's BS. So for us to grow as a people, there's no other way but Pan-Africanism.
Brother, did you come up here to ask me a question, or to ask me a question so you could stop Bantu babbling for 5 minutes, bro? You asked me the questions, then you cut me off when I'm trying to give you the answer, bro.
Okay, let me say this though. I'll give you the mic. But you left with talking to the other brother, or Kala Genesis, is saying, hey, Africans sold us, and that's why. Basically, you said that's why you don't like Pan-Africanism.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Okay, I said
I use his own website that has nothing to do with, it mentioned the slave trade, but I'm talking about geographical, political, phenotypical, biological, and cultural differences. Why? And the fact that we should focus on our own people. I didn't even use the slave trade. What is he talking about?
The last statement you left with Kala Genesis, I'm saying, could you restate that? So that's why I came on.
You can't come up here asking me to restate a question when you had a question. Ask your question and let me answer it.
That's
come on, bro.
Well, that was a statement. That was a statement.
Yeah, exactly. You're making statements.
Okay.
If you got a question, answer the question.
But I'm rebutting that statement that you made. Okay.
Okay, that's a cool story, bro. You can rebut it all day, but you can't rebut history.
What history? I mean, what are you using as history to stand on? What are you standing on?
The fact, the historical fact that Africans enslaved other Africans and sold them to Europeans.
So what we supposed to sit here? So you're supposed to sit here and hold that tone shaky?
Whoa! Now you're pivoting.
No, I'm just saying. So
okay. Whoa! Do you agree with the historical fact?
What I'm saying is, you say that. So what was your point in saying that? Just to state that, you know that.
No, if you were listening, you would understand that was directly in response to my brother who said that we were stolen. And I said, no, we were sold. And that's a fact. We were sold. So don't try to tie it into Pan-Africanism because it had nothing to do with Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
Another L.
But if I'm wrong, I apologize.
You're extremely wrong, and I accept your apology, and I still love you.
Okay. Love you too, man. But that's all I want to say. I mean, basically, Pan-African, to me, in my opinion, Pan-Africanism is the way to go. I mean, what can we do pretty much over here to empower ourselves to be first-class citizens? Nothing. I'll answer that. Anyone else want to talk?
The mic is open. Mic is open. Open mic.
I'm sorry. What was the question now?
I said, what can we do in America? Because I would be considered FBA on paper. What would we do in America to be first-class citizens?
Well, first-class citizen. Now, you'd have to describe what that is. We have exactly the same.
Well, I mean, what you want to go to the laws?
I see how you are. I see how you are.
How crack was pushed in the communities. Where you want to start at?
Wait, well, I said, what is a first-class citizen? What does that entail?
Again, we're not getting treated as first-class citizens.
Are poor white people treated as first-class citizens?
They just ransacked the White House and nothing pretty much happened.
All right. Well, yeah, things are happening. Some of them are getting charged. One white lady. Wait, hold on, brother. Hold on. Come on. You got a real one. Now just let me cook.
Okay, I get you.
You remember that white woman who tried to crawl her pasty white ass through that window?
Yeah.
She got pissed out. Bang. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
I think there was a black. Yeah, there was a white hand on that gun.
I hear you. No, they're not gonna. No matter who you, they're not gonna let you. No matter what color it is, they're gonna keep the machine running. But
okay, well, so then first, what can a white person do in America that I can't?
Left and right. If black folks
Jesus Christ.
No.
I can't. I'm tapping out, bro. I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out. You win, bro. You win.
Me now. You know what black folks did.
I'm calling on white Jesus too, the powerful one. I ain't even calling on black Jesus. Sweet baby Jesus, save me.
What I'm saying, if black folks did that, it would have been black blood running all through Washington D.C.
Well, look. I'm not gonna lie and say that there's not a difference in how black people and white people are handled by the establishment. I'm gonna give you that. Now, is that enough for me to stop getting my bag? Is that enough for me to stop? Bro, sweet white Jesus, help me. Help me, Jesus. You keep interrupting me, Jesus. Please come into this man's soul and let him finish. Let his brother finish his question.
Okay.
Now we're gonna know if Jesus is real or not, based on whether you cut me off five words into my next question.
It's not real, you know.
All right, so all that stuff may be true, that we, have different challenges, but the challenges will not stop me from getting my bag. It will not stop me from helping my people.
I agree.
You see, Jesus is fake. Jesus is fake. You interrupted me again.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, bro, you like to ask questions and then answer them yourself. So I don't know why we talking for. Let me ask you a couple questions. How long you been a Pan-African?
I would say this. We
How long you been a Pan-African?
No, what I'm saying is we get kind of limited here. I mean, they're pushing the gay agenda all across America, right? You see Atlanta, Now, you got the invasion of the he-she's, it's pretty much going down. So, I don't. Pan-Africanism is the only way I see. I'm just saying. I mean, pretty soon, I feel sorry for the next generation. They're going to pretty much have to do, when they date, they're going to have to do some type of, blood work to see if they got, the female is really a female, or is it she-male? And, they're pushing this gay agenda across all facets of life here in America. And that's just one thing, and then if you speak on it, they call you, anti-homosexual, whatever. It's a lot of things that's going on. That why would you fault someone that wanted to go to Africa to visit or to stay there or to do both, right? To have dual citizenship, So, for us to, when you talk about anythingism, the reason why we're not protected as much is because of the powers of Africa, right? If Africa had the military capability, I bet we would have more. There will be more protection with Black Americans here, and be less sanctions. That's why, China, it's harder to pick on the Chinese in America because America has to do business with China. They practice Pan-Asianism, and the reason why we get picked on the most is because we don't have a country to back us. We don't have, with Pan-Africanism, if the Pan-Africans link up and by linking up, we grow the Black countries. Now, when you pick on Black Americans, if the economy grows and all other facets of a country, now you have a force that says, hey, please don't pick on our brothers because we can turn some knobs and, stop this or stop that. So now you have more power. That's called leverage. But because we don't practice Pan-Africanism, we don't have that. So we're just pretty much sitting ducks. And that's the reason why people like John Henry Clark, you name it. Names are, going. I can't think of the names right now, but a lot of Alton Maddox, of course, Garvey. They pushed Pan-Africanism because they seen what was coming on the horizon, and they knew for Black people that have power, they would have to empower their homeland because every group gets their power from their homeland. That's why Mexicans practice Pan-Africanism. You know what I'm saying? When you go into a Mexican superstore, what you're going to see? Goods from Mexico. Cans of stuff written in Spanish. They're practicing that, and that's what they're getting. They pretty much got it's powerful enough to now they look at as a in a position that's greater than ours. Well, another reason is because they're of course on the border of America, which that helps greatly. But I understand that there's
Brother, let me just say something real quick. I was quiet just to see when you're going to ask me the question, or at least have an engagement, right? But you just talking.
No.
But I told you for when you still cutting me off, bro. Like, yo, shut your fucking mouth, bitch ass nigga. Fuck is wrong with you? Nah, shut the. Well, how you gonna rebut it and then not speak, hoe ass nigga? Fuck is you talking about? Shut the fuck up and listen. Shut the fuck up and listen, hoe ass nigga.
You crazy motherfucker, hoe.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Now we're speaking the same language. Now we're speaking the same language. Now we're speaking. Now I got your attention, right, bitch ass nigga? That's how I gotta handle you. That's how I gotta handle you. Because when I handled you with respect and said, yo, let me talk, you keep talking. You keep talking and yakking.
That's whole shit anyway. So
yeah, no, the only whole shit is you, my nigga. You keep talking and yapping, bitch ass nigga.
You like to switch like that too. You thought I was a continental African, front like I'm, have some type of African American lineage. I can do that too. That shit don't phase me.
I don't care, man. But goddamn, did you come to ask a question, or you just came to fucking babble? You just came to babble, bitch ass nigga. You just came to babble. You just came to babble, bro. I will cook you on the facts, but you don't want to talk. You want to babble.
That's why I've been quiet for
you just babbled. You just babbled.
That's why I've been
That's all you did.
I'm hitting you with facts. So you want to go there too,
No, you hit yourself with facts.
No, I'm hitting you with facts.
You're not having a conversation. You're talking to yourself.
Right, you ain't got shit. What you got shit to say? Been cooking
What? I ain't gonna keep begging for the mic, my nigga. I'll just tell you, fuck off.
That's what you gotta go.
Shut up.
What you gotta say, just fuck off. That's it, huh?
Yeah, because you just steady talking. You just steady talking.
I'll hit you with facts that you can't deny. So I might as well go ahead and hit you with the facts because since you're against Pan-Africanism, I'm for Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, exactly. All right, yo, I gotta go handle some business, and I suggest you go eat another ham sandwich. All right, peace.
All right, thank you, brother.
All right, man.
Gotta make a point.
No, that's it.
The floor is yours. Next person, the floor is yours.
Peace. Oh man. Peace. I just wanted to make a comment. Just my opinion, being in the movement for maybe a couple of years, that the real power of Africa, or 90% of what Black people in America, say they want, I think it could be gained by working with, like, the unity of Garvey. The core of Garvey's movement was basically Caribbean and USA people working together, getting on one page, and then going to Africa with one unified voice. And I think that's the bigger issue, just in my experience, because everybody goes to Africa, but they go separated or individual. I think just from an organization standpoint, if you could get Caribbean and Black USA people to work together, I think it'd be easier because people have, their own governments, so-called, in the Caribbean. Garvey didn't have that. I think if you get that people organized anywhere in the country, that'll catch on. So I've just started looking at it recently that way. Still maintaining my contacts in Africa, but I'm focused here on the Caribbean, USA, like unity movement or organization, vetting people, seeing who's the right people to work with. We got the new Black Panther Party here, so we're gonna try some things. But I respect what you guys, Kala Genesis, BIO, Land Infrastructure, Nationhood. I respect what you guys are doing. And I actually, when I first moved here from California, I signed up for the UNIA Atlanta, which was the nearest branch, and I heard that you helped start that. So I always
Absolutely, that's
heard
what we do.
about you. Yeah, I respect what you guys have been doing over the years, of course, at Garveytown. So you just keep up the good work. Everybody's the right people are pushing for success. So,
Yes, brother, we're gonna keep on building, keep on being strong, and just sharing and conversating and connecting with different people and figuring it all out.
yeah, I don't really got much to say.
Oh, it's all good. Well, appreciate you, and I just got the link up. Anybody else want to join? And then if nobody else want to join, I'm gonna close. Just trying to hear different people feedback based on the topic of the call that they join in on. Yes, so family, that is the link, and we've been up for a while. So Amani Bay, joining Amani. Come on in the call. The stream is right there. You don't have nothing to worry about. Grow some balls and join the call. All right, somebody joining just clicked off. Join in is all good. Yo, these people are crazy. All right, so we just sharing the last set of comments. Yes, family. So appreciate everybody joining us as we conversate and share great details as we begin to build more, just connecting across the globe, doing business with more and more of us as Black people in different parts of the world and figuring it out. So yes, family, the journey continues.